Righty then. Anyways, back at it. So, last time we built a bridge out of bones, did a bunch of other stuff, and started work on the problems of breadwad for the mayo. Alright, so we've got to wait 2 days on the Ghostwood thing. So let's head to Alexandria. Buy it anyway. When we pass these cows, step through these cows. Smoldering leather. So smolders was some of the unholy fire that animated the abomination you sliced it from. Make a great wearing blanket if it wasn't for all the evil. Hooray. Diary of Alexandria, Alexandria. Small diary. It's crispy around the edges and smells like gunpowder. Advanced Beancraft, Volume L. Bean Wall. Practice making hills out of beans flatter and flatter until they become walls. Fortunately, just as you finally master the technique, you drop the book on the other side of one of the walls and lose it. Aw. Flip through the diary. Most of it is uneventful, describing the life of a woman who likes books and isn't interested in much else. It ends with a passage about a soldier from the nearby fort warning her about some kind of danger she wouldn't specify. So she moved her most valuable books to the cellar, took the ordinary precautions, e.g. boarding up windows and not leaving the house at night. Turns out that isn't much good against cannonballs. Solid steel vault door. Pick up the cannonball and inspect it. There's a description that you can mostly read. Okay. Came from Fort Treason that's got the address stamped right onto the surface. Bombardment was done by the army. Not the leggy. Solid steel vault door. Keep us smaller books. Overdue library book. Half-burned book represents 12.5% of the total stock of the Brentwood Public Library. An eighth. Let's head to Fort Treason. Curious band well. Transpire beeps in decaying spot on the horizon. You spray your fish towards it to investigate and find no well. Just a well. Leave well enough alone to keep it going. Demi-culverin cannon. Look at the cannons. Fine cannon. Demi-culverin inside. Insert your cannonball. The rage fighter in the can, but you can't see any indication of anything you want to shoot at. You decide not to waste the ball. Seems rational. Jumble neck mine. And nothing else. Some food. Targeting flare. Military school class ring. Heavy ring goes on your trigger finger, not your ring finger. Private Lemon's diary. Private Matthau's diary. Heat up a P.O. box. Accurately care for Saturn issue, Army issue diary labeled Private Lemon. It's private in 2 ways. Private Lemon's diary is pretty dry and not very interesting. Just lists day-to-day duties of a straight-laced soldier up in the hills without anything to fight. Toward the end, though, it starts to mention their commanding officer, Captain Simon, becoming increasingly agitated and convinced that a nearby ranch is being used as a spy outpost. Lemon doesn't sound convinced, but as one annoying, vague entry puts it, orders are orders. Last few entries have to do with dissent in the ranks and the possibility of mutiny, top of which Lemon abhors. The rest of the pages are blank. Battered and dog-eared Army issued diary. Cover says Private Mathau, very legible in a collage of gravy stains. Most of Private Mathau's diary is empty pages, ink splotches, and latrine duty again, blah blah blah. At the end, though, you start to see notes about the fort's commanding officer, Captain Simon, going off the deep end. As Mathau puts it, being stuck out here in the middle of nowhere, doing nothing, is driving the captain friggin' bug nuts. The captain eventually decided that a nearby ranch occupied by a solitary woman and her book collection was actually an enemy spy outpost. Mathau felt compelled to warn the woman, but was too worried about getting court-martialed to give her any specific details of looming threat. In an attempt to prevent an imminent cannon bombardment at the ranch, Mathau stole some ballistic charts and hid them in a post office box during a shore leave in Dirtwater. This place doesn't have any damn shore comments, what the hell? Unfortunately, the cannons had already been calibrated, and when Mathau returned to the camp, he discovered the shelling had already begun. In his last entry, he declares his intention to start a mutiny, but the diary ends there with no conclusion to the story. So, first, I guess we'll go Dirtwater. You got anything? Not really. I'd like to send a postcard. Is that okay? So the government put a restriction on prepaid postcard of one per citizen per day. What do you think that might be? To restrain a postal system? Nope, nope. So everyone's guess. That ain't anything. The wagons still make the trip no matter how many postcards are on board. Unless we're talking so many postcards you need to say. Get wagon, but that ain't likely. So to restrict the free flow of information, keep the people from being able to say too much through the mail. Just at the left end of the territory don't know what the right end's doing, and vice versa. That way they can implement a different rule of law in each area, whatever's most effective to keep in particular folk down. People can still send letters. Who's got the time to write a whole letter in this day and age, but ain't even got to the real big part yet. What is the first letters in conspiracy? Oh jeez, that's right. They're in league with the cows, all plot to keep us docile so they can deliver us up to these hell cows they summon. You think the government deliberately summoned the cows? There's proof. The plan was referred to in a rider attached to a Senate Farm Aid bill that was passed 11 years ago. And when did the cows come home? That's right, 11 years. There's no way a Senate bill says let summon cows from hell on it. No, not in such obvious words, are you cracked? It's all in code and dog whistles. Like, go look it up for yourself. Okay, even if I wanted to do that, the capital city isn't even in this territory. It's hundreds of miles away. Uh-huh. And you think that's a coincidence? Coincidence? Okay, well that's very interesting. Bye now. Fort trees and ballistic charts. Chart for army guys that explains how to more effectively destroy things from a distance. There goes my neighbor with his stupid loud car again, or bike, or whatever the fuck he is. I went to the wrong place. I meant to go to Alexandria Ranch. So we're gonna open up this thing by placing the flare. Going back to Fort Treason. And loading our cannonball. Sell the ballistic charts and turn Dobbs and cranks and stuff to the appropriate places. Brew around your pack and find a match. Light her up. Boom. That didn't open the vault door, then those grapes are probably sour anyway. Don't know what that means. I did not mean to hit that. Oh well. Geode. Barracks and mess hall are the same, like they are in every fort. It's been where they stored all the fire. And there was nothing else here. So back to the ranch. Loot them bags. Medical gun. You don't think about it too much, a pistol is just a more effective syringe. I mean, 30 max HP is actually pretty good for me, considering I've killed my melee and range damage. That's the wrong one. How much XP do I have? 800. I think I will take the HP over it. Where did it go? My owl. Still using that. Still using that. Yeah. Books and books, percussive maintenance. Books is full of tips and tricks about the ancient art of fixing machines by hitting them really hard. Time to get smacking. When you're done reading it, you notice that the book's spine is cracked. You try to fix it by hitting it really hard, but you end up smashing the book into powder. Whoops. Oh, it's a perk, I guess. You can fix things the easy way. And how hit machines in just the right place to fix pretty much whatever's wrong with them. More advanced beamcraft. However, since we've learned all the skills, I think we just get experience. Yep, you've already learned all the techniques, but you do manage to pick up some tips and tricks from notes the previous owner left in the margins. Find a library and donate the book to it, paying it forward. How to cheat at poker. Cheating is part of the game of poker, but getting caught doing it is still disadvantageous. This book purports to turn your cheating into sneaky cheating. Learned how to cheat the weird variant of poker they play in these parts. So as to conceal the evidence of your dirty dealings, you eat the book. You know, I usually joke about eating books, but... I've almost got enough XP for that. So we're gonna wander for a little bit. It's a trunk full of experience points. Not quite enough, but every little bit helps. Fight them. I didn't see how much XP I got from there. We'll do one more wander and then check. Yep. Gosh dang it. Gold medal silversmithing. Book written by the expert jeweler Dabney Bronze details ancient techniques in melting silver things and turning them into other silver things. Rich Vein, Poor Vein. Copy of a popular financial advice book from a few years ago. It's rare now because of various crusades to destroy every copy of it. Best love poem ever written. The dust jacket of this book is missing, so I can't tell you who wrote it. This love poem is so good you're afraid to even read it because you might fall in love with the book. Okay. Vainglorious. More meat from the veins. So old and crumbly that reading it once caused it to be destroyed. So much for literary preservation. Expert silversmithing. Everybody out west can silversmith a little, but you can do it a lot. More silver bullets when making them. Read the book and learn more about silversmithing. Ask them to mine it into a nearby mailbox and unable to retrieve it. Happy birthday, Mr. Postman. Okay. Go to the Schmaltz Brewery. Unglithorn and the Soul Fragment. Ooh. Can you do anything with this? Examine it. Destroy it. Throw a spirit on the ground, stomp it, disappears. Get the hints, little doggy. Yeast covered hat. 5 mescal. It's a great hat to wear if you and your loved ones absolutely love the smell of dough, or if you don't mind if it and your enemies hate it, I guess. He seems to have killed something else. Some kind of crazy yeast beast has apparently broken loose from the vats and eaten up some of the bandits. I guess they brewed up something they couldn't put down. They could barely control it. You'll have to hop to it if you want to prevail here. 200 XP. He's a horrible yeast beast. Guess you could take some back to the mayor. Probably still good, right? Half a ton of yeast. This bag contains a half ton of yeast, but it's light enough for you to carry because it's dried. So this whole yeast stuff doesn't seem to have gone well for you guys. Yeah, no, oh geez, are you a bounty hunter? Relax, the mayor just wants his yeast back. He didn't say anything about hauling you in. Okay, well, all the yeast in that was in that revolting pile, so what happened here? Got bored of bread. That's all. I know a bit about brewing and figured if we came back with a couple kegs, nobody would mind so much. You stole the yeast. No offense, but it seems like you aren't much of a brewer. Hey, well, ideally you wouldn't end up with a ravenous yeast monster. That was okay, well, I guess it was my fault, but I understand what happened. These vats are old and we didn't clean them properly first because we were in a hurry. I think there were some frogs living in one of them. You figured you could use some extra hops? Sure you've got it figured out. You could set up a shop in Dirtwater. Oh, yeah, it's turning quite a little metropolis. Love to have my own place. Okay, I'll check it out. Schmal's Blue Ribbon. Plus 15 to damages. They don't make this stuff anymore. Some people say there's a good reason for that. Yeast Beast seems to kill this guy pretty thoroughly. That's unfortunate for him. Too grumpy to talk to. Now he's angry and muttering back. You're under arrest for what? Stealing about 2 handfuls of yeast? Yes. And the sentence for that is what? About 3 days in jail? And Brentwood does not actually have a jail. I'll let you off with a warning this time. It says beer hose. You're not sure what purpose it might have served. Almost pure ethanol. Blurred. Let's go to the mine. Counter Goblin Chef out harvesting produce, by which I mean knocking lumps off a cactus. Gives you some real side-eye when it sees you. Hey you, a human, to keeping away from these lumps that are mine, or maybe I'm to cooking you instead. What? You goblins don't people to eating, do you? No, gross. I did saying that to scare you away. Did you scared? Geez, a little, yeah. Nice. So, what's cooking? Lumps. Okay then. Instead of bashing with the cactus part, have you considered cutting it up with a knife? What? Or to considering cactus with knife to cutting? Ah, yes, another chef man suggesting this, but texture of wrong. You can having his pants. They don't goblin legs fit in. Kitchen pants. 20 to most resistances. Can't stand the heat, there's no need to get out of the kitchen if you're wearing these. Same goes for cold, stench, fear, all sorts of things. Okay, thanks. Search the rocks. Oh well. Except for the dust all over everything, the fact the guy at the desk is a ghost, this looks like a regular mine foreman's office. Okay. Ghost is busily shuffling the ghost papers on his desk. Excuse me, kid, I'm busy here. I've got mine run. Take a hike, okay? Am I still running? I don't see anyone around. We're miners, kids. If you saw anyone up here, I'd have to fire them for not doing their jobs. You know you're a ghost. You know what? That you're a pain in the ass? No, I'm serious. Do you see me laughing? Save is dirty, but oh, look, get away from that ghostly figure behind the desk. Growls. Take a closer look. You stoop down, take a closer look at the safe. It's a pretty standard heavy-duty safe with the dial-type combination lock. Hey, something wrong with your ears? I told you get away from there. Try to open the safe. Why, you little, come here. Flee. Hat rack with standard issue miner's helmet hanging on it. Miner's helmet. 3 armor. Oh. An old calendar. Looks like work stopped up here a bunch of months ago. Barrelful old grease. Take some. What, just grab a handful? No. Pile of rocks, probably leftovers. Silver-toothed skull. It's a little grim to find a human skull just in a pile of rocks, unless it was a very small burial mound. Considering the fancy silver tooth, it's maybe not outside the realm of possibility. Yikes. Vader's pretty dusty inside doesn't appear to have been maintained for quite a while. It does still seem functional, but the control lever is chained and padlocked. Most of the shaft is totally silent. You'd expect to hear the rumbling of minecarts and clanking of pickaxes echoing from below, but there's nothing. Pick the lock. Pick the lock, remove the chains, and give the lever a yank. The elevator shudders as it begins to descend, accompanied by the sound of clanking chains and grinding pulleys. Very quickly, it becomes too dark to see out, and you pull out your lantern. Very slowly, the elevator reaches its destination. You pull the door open and peer into the gloom. Okay. Get the car to shove. Down the track and into a big pile of rocks, because I just sort of hit it. Old pickaxe. Old worn pickaxe you found in the abandoned Jewel Neck mine has the initials HH carved into the handle. Not much good for mining anymore, but you can still knock someone's head off with it. Headless skeleton, skullless. It's like there was a cave-in, check it out, and there's much to see except for rocks. There's quite a lot of them though, so if you want to look at rocks, great selection to choose from. Put your shoulder to the minecart, give it a shove, rolls around the bend, track and disappears in the next room. After a moment you hear a distant clank noise. Paper bag. Wax paper sandwich bag didn't do its job very well, though to be fair, 6 months is a long time to expect a sandwich to stay fresh and holy shit. Pretty much everything has crumbled to dust except for a wax paper sandwich bag and some raisins that probably weren't intended to become raisins. Dense bean iron nugget. Nugget of bean iron has been subject to various magical and physical forces over the centuries underground, rendering it especially dense. Craveable dynamite. Dynamite gets very dangerous when it ages. And if I know better than try to stop you from taking a stick if you decide you really want one, I have decided that. Pick up a stick of old dynamite. I don't recommend you do a lot of hopping up and down while you're carrying that unstable stick of dynamite. My car is full of rocks. There doesn't seem to be anything special about them. It's all dynamite. You wedge a stick of unstable dynamite into the minecart. This possibly can't go wrong. One requires something heavier duty than a can of oil, it seems. We're gonna go grease. Get grease and grease it up. Fill your wax paper sandwich bag with old grease. Hopefully this will come in handy very soon so you can stop carrying it around. You have a good reason to carry around a paper sandwich bag full of old grease, I would like to hear it, because I can't think of one. I can. Greasing up an old, machine. Grease up that lever. Dump a bunch of grease in the mechanism and use the sandwich bag to sort of goosh it up in there without getting too much on your hands. Pull that lever. You yank hard on the lever and it releases the mechanism's wound up springs, launching the minecart down the track with a terrific wang noise. Off in the distance, you hear a kaboom. Huh. Almost like someone stuck a stick of old dynamite onto a minecart and launched it into the cave-in. Give the wrecked minecart a salute in respect of its valor and service. It's hard to tell at a glance, but on closer inspection, this guy seems to have died in a face down, a basement, or prayer post. Praying to the pit, maybe? It's difficult to say. I've just been napping weird. Skeleton seems to be reaching out to the weird statuette. Or reaching out with the statuette? The hands having fallen off, it's impossible to tell. Some kind of weird statuette on the ground. Weird silver idol. Offhand, 6 mysticality for the other 3 M's. This is a tarnished and black and silver statue in the shape of some sort of creature. You can't tell what it is specifically, or even if it has 2 legs, or 4 legs, or wings, or what, but it's depicted with reverence. Looking at it makes your stomach feel weird, like you're starving, but also full to the point of nausea at the same time. Many silver and the tarnish and darkness make it hard to tell what's meant to depict. It seems pretty deep, you kick a rock into it, but never hear the bottom. Throw something into it. You look through your pack of something that might be good to throw into a bottomless pit. You hold up the silver-toothed skull. Alas, poor, never mind. Throw her in the hole. You toss the skull into the pit. As it falls, it yells, "I'm coming home," so that's a little unsettling. But 30 XP is 30 XP. Take the idol out of your bag. You don't like the way it looks in the stim light. You don't like the way it looks at you in the stim light. Throw it in the hole. Throw the idol in the pit. The weird feeling in your stomach fades away, although you get a sense of, well, it's like you heard some chuckle behind you, except you didn't hear anything and there isn't anyone behind you. Ugh. Hold up the cursed blood goblet. Good grief, why are you even carrying this thing around? Yuck. Can't seem to find anything suitable. Oh well. No one's here for you. Rummage around the desk. Extra gristly jerky. Take a closer look. Crack that safe. Sack of meat nuggets. And weird knife. Knife has a thin, twisty stiletto blade made of tarnished black silver. It looks wicked sharp, but holding it makes you feel uncomfortable, like something's whispering your name. You can't quite hear them. -5 mysticality, extra damage against cows and other demonic creatures. Score. Can I throw the knife in the pit? I do like throwing things in the pit. I'm gonna turn the music back up a little bit just because I glanced over at OBS and it was barely registering at all, so I don't get why it's so loud for me. Goodbye, knife. Toss the weird silver knife into the hole. It makes me feel relieved, though it's hard to say why. 555. Ooh, excuse me. Pretty grin in the skull because it's pretty freaking strong. Say hello to evil. It's pretty strong too. Let's go to the trees after we fight a robot. More scraps. Let's start. Transpire begins beeping slowly and quietly. Medium tempo and volume. Looks pretty tough and pretty attentive. And soon, pretty dead. Beeping reaches a deafening volume. Whoa. Boop, boop. Tree scratched in the machine next to a single big button. Harsh buzz, but nothing else. Energize. +2 to 3 M's. Select and destruction. Whoa. Need to learn more words. Also need to get another battery. Or 2. However many I can afford. Open it up. Ow. I only had enough for 1? Really? Oh, the other night, last night, after the stream, I had looked it up, and apparently the horses do different things. Like, in order to become the strongest possible necromancer, like, to get the 7th book, you have to take the white horse, the pale horse. The dark horse, like I had said, gives the option to run away from a lot of encounters, and as such can't be selected for um for hard mode. And then what else was there? The Crazy Horse is more likely to find new locations and such when traveling. Here, I think I still have the page open. I do not. So, Pale Horse, additional random undead and next Mex books encounters. Dark Horse, option to run from most random encounters, disabled hard mode. Crazy Horse, more likely to trigger random event and locate locations faster. It says. Hooray. How many scraps are we up to? 21. So that gives us 2. Oh, that's right. I spent a ton of scraps on what you call it. On garbage in a different place. Max out Grin and Skull. Now my glamour outpaces the debuff from being such a high level necromancer into the whale. Well. Attach a rope. Or just leave. Pull more punch cards. Small punch card. Insert the card in the slot. Springs and frenzy. You don't make sense of what you're watching, but when it's over, you know things you didn't know before. You learn bridge, headwear, and matter. Oh, indeed. West, secondary, and system. Online and garbage. South, solar, education. Machine and local. Coffee maker and current. Detected cannon and cache. Offline disposal legswear. Insert and increase. Clothing and bracelet. East, equipment and footwear. Array and organic. Nuisance and adjustment. Primary brooch and return. Sedative and resonator. Pipeline storage destination. Weather source construction. Refreshment, auditory fluid. Maintenance and north. Central. Nothing else to learn from small cards. Reactor and teleporter. Temperature containment and initializer. Magnitude and military. Beacon and municipal. Chrono key and insufficient. Extraterrestrial decloaker fabrication. Personnel and Roberto. Facility and toggle. Updated sustenance and corruption. Planetary time squeezer and positronic. Terminal antipsychotic. Emergency drone orientation. Quick gate, nothing else to learn from the large ones. Education terminal. Current teleport destination, education facility, and then select destination. Education facility, drone fabrication, equipment fabrication, secondary storage, auditory nuisance containment. thing's just booping. Select nuisance destination. Labeled select, press it. South Ganilla. East Ganilla. Destination corruption detected. Yep. So I think if you know what you're doing, you can teleport that into dirt water. To add to the band. Secondary storage. Pile of machinery. Scraps. Whining El Vibrato object. Dome-shaped vibrato machine of unknown purpose unless its purpose is to make an incessant whining noise, in which case its purpose is both known and very annoying. Battery and seltzer. Filled with glowing blue fuzzy liquid. The 3Ms by 5 and AP by 2. It's pretty good. And just fluids. Let's go equipment fabrication. Energized once again. Keeping perfect glamour. So we're like always broke. Bracelet fabrication. El Vibrato ring. More encounters with El Vibrato stuff. Brooch. Not enough. I may have made a mistake. Drone fabrication. Drone fabrication online. Push button. Construct. Attack it. More scraps. Punch card. And a battery. Okay. Now, surely that's enough scraps for the brooch. "11 armor. This Gavel vibrato material is about the size of a saucer and repels any matter that gets close to it. Nice. That's quite a bit of armor. Let's go to the professor's house, turn that in. Nearby hissing sound alerts you to the presence of a snake, or at least something that sounds like a snake, which turns out to be a goblin cooking flapjacks in a flat and baking hot rock. The grayish spatter sizzles as the goblin pours out some more, and they look up and give you a surprised look. Hey, what? What, a human? Hey, what to doing out here, you? You to thieving flapjacks, maybe? Nope. Be calm, I will not jack your flaps. I will not flap your jock jams to flapping. Please, what you to wanting? The spatula, white and flat, I needing one of it, am? To giving, will you me? Spatula mine to giving you, but how is to flipping my flapjacks? Been teaching you beanslinger flipping magic. Interesting to hearing about it. Okay, we'll trading a spatula for magical lessons. Wow. Give me a big enough spatula and a place to stand, I will flip the world over, Archimedes. Not good. Teach the gobble to simple magical cantrip to flip cooking foods over with the snap of fingers that give you the spatula. That annoying whirring dome. Wow, it is annoying. I hope it goes the way when I fix it. What is it? Well, unless I miss my guess, you'll find it's handy. It's for manufacturing a variety of fighting tools, and presumably they're helpful ones. Otherwise, why bother? Right? Turns out vibrato scrapped in single-use combat items. Grabs different things. Grenade, which blows things up. Maintenance teleporter, which can banish any hostile vibrato. Make a construct by hurting your enemies, or it can help by healing. Sounds great. Need at least 5 to use it. On to the Baker Boys. More inedible garbage. Teenagers seem dispirited, trying to drown their sorrows with big mugs of water. Maybe they misunderstood the idiom. Boys wouldn't have know about some bread that went missing, would you? Ah, nuts! I told you we'd get in trouble, Billy. Shut up, Jerry. Would you just blab everything, dude? Calm down, you two. The mayor just wants his bread back. Hand it over, and the trouble you're in will be minimal. Ain't that simple, mister? We sold that bread for meat to start this bakery. Why? Because we want to make something of our lives. Everyone bread it is just bums. Plus, like, everyone needs bread, right? So we figured we'd make it big. Okay, well, no problem. We take the mayor the bread you've made and call it even. Oh yeah, no problem, except the fact we don't know a dang thing about making bread, it turns out. All we ended up with was weird lumps. Aw, that ain't true, Billy. The last loaf we tried was almost right. Yeah, sure, it was that one was nearly edible, but we're practically out of ingredients. I don't have time. I don't have time for this. Look, I know cooking magic, just give me whatever ingredients you have left, but then we won't learn how to bake it ourselves. Do you want to be bakers? Fine, I'll think of something else. I know a place. No place can get more grain. They have so much they'll never notice you boys take some on the quiet. Hey, that sounds like a good deal. We wouldn't even need much, just enough to figure the recipe out and start making enough meat to buy our own. Okay, I'll draw you a map. They sneak out to Kellogg Ranch to filch a few bags of grain. After a couple tries, the boys hit on a decent bread recipe and bake enough to cover what they stole from the mayor. 40 loaves of bread. All's well that ends well. Bread. Thanks for helping Gay Bakery start. We're gonna be famous before you know it. Don't mention it. Oh, I got a letter delivered to Roy. I just remembered about. Fight whatever that is. Skeletons. Cool it. I might have enough gold teeth to give to the crazy lady. How's letter addressed to you? Letter? Give it to him. He opens it, reads it, snorts derisively, and tosses it into the fireplace behind him. Thanks anyways. Don't mention it. So I think Buffalo Bill's whole thing is that he does 50% of his target's damage to them. How many gold teeth do I have? 8. Daveyard would probably be my best bet for getting more teeth, since it's infinite Daves to fight. And surely we'll get some. On the way to Dirtwater, wagon broke down. It's rough, you're likely to get attacked by bandits out here, or snakes, or coyotes, or ghosts, or other things that basically live exclusively on stranded travelers. Give them a ride to Dirtwater. Wait a minute. You've got 2 horses which does wagon. Why don't you just ride the horses? What? You know how to ride a horse, don't you? Just ride Dirtwater. But these are cart horses. Oh, for the love of... help them ride a Dirtwater. Help the confused settlers figure out how to sit on the back of a cart horse and lead them back to Dirtwater on a rope. I did not mean to come in here. Why did I come in here? That's right, I didn't. Okay, see, thanks for telling me about this place instead of arresting me, or shooting me in the head and then arresting me. No problem. Not really a bounty hunter anyway, just looking to help people out. Sure did help me out. Really appreciate the opportunity and things are going pretty well. Not a single use monster yet. What can I get you? I'll be athletic amber, so +7 to one of the M's for a day. Does Tony have something new now that there's beer next door? Guy set up a brewery next door and was like, what if you had beer like right there in your boots? So yeah. Tony's beer soap boot. 1 AP, 15 item finding bonus. Those shiny boots would be nice. Right, I was heading to the Dave Yard. Open a whole bunch. That's 9 gold teeth. That's 10 gold teeth. Okay. Off to one side of the trail you spot a cactus that doesn't look quite right. Specifically, doesn't look right because it has a goblin face. As you get closer, I'm pretty sure that it's actually just a goblin in a cactus outfit. Gives you some annoyed side-eye and tries to wave you away, but the cactus arms aren't very mobile. You know a guy called Cactus Bill? Shh, go away going. While you're inside a cactus, watching cactus herd for keeping safe from a predator. What predator? Any predator. Desert tortoise, cactus eagle. Other goblins. Now going away, you ruining my disguise. Disguise is not very great. A cactus not usually having a goblin face. Oh, here, I am helping. You cast a little spell to make the goblin's disguise more effective. It's so effective, in fact, you lose track of which cactus was the goblin and can't find him. So you shrug and head on your way. Gold teeth, gold tooth tiara, 7 moxie. Okay, let's head back to Redwood. How can you possibly be aiming that rifle without eyeballs? Thinks about it for a moment, then overthinks, and then finds himself unable to aim anymore. Then stomps away. Yep. Sure did. Well, half of it. It's a real bagel biter. Oh well, everybody mostly skipped the words and just look at the pictures anyway. Mostly just the bottom half of the pictures, so that's alright. These captions are there, I guess. Not yet. Not yet. Whatever, good enough. Hooray. Should probably actually level up Lava Fava at some point. Off chance I come across someone that's, immune to spooky and cold. You have to be careful doing this because they can. Your shovel can break doing all this digging. Am I forgetting about anything? Look, through a gate, many have stone crosses. Those are graves, I guess. Military graves, since they're all the same in such neat rows. Soldiers? Yep, even when they're dead, the officers make them line up. Forgetting about anything? Urban Mayor said you put a stop to the skeleton raids out of the military cemetery up north. Get the logging permit. Oh yeah, I need to take that Elton's. I need to take the picture back. Maybe I just need to go to Memoriam to convince whoever the guy that was there, the old gravekeeper, to go back and actually do his fucking job. The seminary keep caretaker. Nope, I think Jeff said something about having a day job. It has been like that. It hasn't been that day for like 2 weeks though. The cemetery gate. Nope, that's Jeff. I'm paralegal. There's a lot of those in this hobby, I've noticed. Yeah, because if you lose the argument, nobody goes to jail. Hey Jeff, are you the cemetery caretaker? It's me. Did one of the other guys tell you? I try to keep it a hush because people assume you're a weirdo if you work in a graveyard. I'm actually here to tell you get back to work because skeletons are wandering out of the place and causing trouble for the neighbors. Ah, that's alright. Well, look, I'm on a real winning streak here. I'll go back once it's over. Outfoxing. Already lost. Look at the table, huh? You're outflanked and they still have reinforcement chits left. You've got maybe one cannon bombardment still in you, but the dice are way against you on this terrain. You've got 2 turns left tops. Ah, geez. Guess you're right. Alright, fine. Hey guys, I'm gonna cut out and go back to work. Catch you next week. And I think if you really wanted to, you could solve that by um by just going through all the graves, but no. Sure, here you did. Here you go. Guess let's get the discount. What the heck? Make Bean Golem finally not suck. And as I said, I put a point in to Lava Fava. Now we can finally get to Frisco. Fish wanders into darker arroyo than you normally go to, and before long find yourself lost. Behind you hear an ominous tink tink tink. Ooh. Turn around to see the ghost of a miner, apparently frustrated this ghosty pit can no longer find purchaser eager to take it out on you. Whoops. Help that old ghost miner on the way to the great mine in the sky. No, just kidding. You probably just damned into an eternity of even more storm than he's already enduring. Well, he shouldn't have attacked me. Howdy, Gary. Oh, let's going a place. A good place. What? Where? A custard standing. A what? Jeez, I should have be used to this stuff by now. For unnecessary. I don't need to check it out right now. Fine custard. Well, howdy there. Looking the last custard stand. I'm Custard Man Stan, and I make custard like only Custard Man Stan can. Care to try some? Tell me about your custard stand, Custard Man Stan. Not much to tell, just plain honest custard stand selling plain honest custard, but it's the last one, or like the last one before you get to Frisco, or last one in the territory. Heck, last one in the whole world, as far as I know, but I can't swear to that. Are you sure it isn't the first? Yep, because the first one was also mine. It was further up north, and the whole dang operation was ate away by wasps, stand and all. Sweet, sweet custards. 3 M's by 9 for a day. Yes, now we'll head to Fort Necessary. Aaron back your neck stands up, you realize you're in the midst of herd of ghostly floating cowheads. Arranged these cans haphazardly and left them out in the rain. Harried looking young woman in military outfit darts out in front of the doors again. Oh no, I can't be having any more misfits in this jerk ward. You can either swear to me that you're halfway competent, heck, even a quarter, that you'll help sort this crew of no-hopers, so you can turn right back around and march double time. Sure, I'll help. I'm gonna hold you to that promise. Come on in, I'm Captain Harriet Davenport. My name's Gary Madsen. What's the problem, Cap? Problems. Welcome to Cap Fubar, where the army's idiots and rejects are sent so they're out of the way. I've had up to my eyeballs trying to run this place. Please help these morons figure out their malfunction so they can master out here and leave me in peace. Details? You need to talk to them individually for more information, but the brief is we've got a scout who's blind as a bat, a cook who can't figure out how to make corned beef hash on toast, a guy who can't load up fire a can without blowing up or maybe shooting backwards, a guy who somehow, and I can't for the life of me figure it out, is too bow-legged to ride a horse, and a kid who was sent here because he can't figure out how to tie a bow tie. Oh, and just to put the icing on the cake, we have infinite goblins living in our storage shed. Wow. Okay, I begin to see the scope of your complaint. Pal, you're not just whistling Dixie. So what'd you do to get sent here? You can hear her teeth grinding as she growls at you. Do not ask. Guess I'll take a look around. Binoculars. Abandoned mine. And I don't have any more binoculars. This guy squints real hard at you as you approach. Hi, do I know you? Your fuzzy silhouette doesn't seem familiar. Just passing through. What do you do here? It's supposed to be a scout, but my wind broke my only pair of glasses. Can't see it. Without them, can't see a dang thing. Try to get you a new pair. Much obliged. I hear there's a jeweler not too far from you. Probably can grind me a pair of lenses. Just tell him to make them as thick as Dickens. See what I can do. Nameplate on the desk that says General what's his name. Medal of Adequacy, +7 to each of the M's. That's pretty solid. What's my current lapel? Just mysticality, so it's an improvement. Medal awarded for General Francois, what's his name, for wholly undistinguished service. Literal stolen valor. Shoot yourself a wink. Howdy, what's wrong? Aw, gee willikers, I had a pretty good job as a general's personal assistant. I got fired and reassigned here. What happened? Everything was great at first. I'm pretty good at scheduling and I can write shorthand. And I'm an A+ boot polisher. But then the general went and decided he'd look more serious and sophisticated with a bow tie. And he expected me to do the tying for him. No good? Nope, I can do a sheep shank and a bowline and clover hitch, but for the life of me, I can't get a bow tie to look right. The general sent me out here with one to practice and said not to come back till I'd got it. 45 moxie to tie a bow tie. I can get up that high. I have gotten up that high. Okay, here, grab the two ends like this, right? You want this side a little shorter, and that end crosses over top, then under and up, and while the other side does sort of a zigzag. See? Then you bring this upper bit straight down and back around. It folds under there. Then you pull them tight. Got it? Think so. Let me try. See if you go back and forth a few times until he finally gets it right without poking himself in the eye. Think I've got it. Thanks a lot. Wait till I show the general. Runs out, waving the bow tie in the air. Good luck. Good luck. What was I actually wearing? Oh, the vibrato helmet. Be cruel to loot these people's supplies. Aye, Private. Cooker. How appropriate. Well, it would be if I knew how to cook, like even a little bit. What seems to be the trouble? We've only got 2 ingredients for me and I cannot figure out how to combine them. Corned beef hash and toast. Try helping think of a metaphor. If you thought of the toast as a shingle, and seems to be understanding where you're going with this, and shinola. Corned beef hash under, no, next to, I'm sorry, I'll get, the joke is the dish shit on a shingle. Roadmap. A hole in the ground. Shoe. Your elbow. Shoe. And shinola. Of course, I put the corned beef on the toast, just like shinola on a shoe. I get it now, thank you. Shouldn't take their food, they'd probably never be able to get any more. Horse has 4 left legs. Hey, they call me Private Bowlegs. I can see why you seem uncomfortable. You ain't kidding, look at my legs, they're bent so far out I can't hardly touch both knees at once. Walking hurts like a dickens. That's the captain said keeps from riding a horse. Yep, they're too wide. Horse slips right out between them. Huh. I think I could ride a mule, though, what with them being a tad lower to ground. Where would you get a mule? Place up north that rents them out, but I can't get out there myself, so I need someone to go set the contract on my behalf and send them one out here. Alamo Rent-A-Mule. I'll check it out. Forgot about them. Or you can have 45 muscle to just fix him up. I don't think I've got anything that'll give me enough muscle in one. Except for maybe the Excalibur. Then his leg's back. You don't need a mule, this is fixable. Hold still a minute. Huh? Well, okay. Some grunts from you and some cries of pain from him, you normalize his legs. Now, great jumping Jiminy man. Oh, don't be a baby. Look, they're much straighter now. Guess I can't deny that. He winces as he mounts a nearby horse and rides out of camp. Hooray. What was I using? Right, my mushroom bone. Supposed to be a cannon nearby. I'm terrible at loading cannons. They always explode, except not the way they're supposed to explode, or else they don't explode at all. Huh. The only time I ever got one to fire right, the cannonball knocked my sergeant's hat off and he was standing behind me. I still can't figure out how that happened. Assigned me to this loser squad and said I can't report back for proper duty until I've figured out how to load a cannon right. Give him the book. Here, maybe this will help. Oh, let's see. Flips to the pages, which have big number diagrams. Oh, you take the stick out before you put the cannonball in. Well, that certainly sounds easier. Carefully follows the directions on the book and successfully fires the cannonball over the wall of the fort. Did it? Wow, great, thanks a lot. I'm gonna go try and get my new assignment right away. The sign on front says, important gun storage, no goblins. You open the door crack and take a peek. Naturally, the shed is crammed full of goblins. To the ceiling. They're barely recognizable as individual goblins. Wow, geez. Oh, what? Like Gary seeing. Gary takes a peek and reels back in shock, slamming the door. Ah, gross, awful. A goblin popping in there. Maybe two. Is that what happened? All the spores and nowhere to going, all growing into new goblins, and they just smooshing it all up. Yeah. Can't fight them because got Gary with me. Oh, that's another thing about hard mode is you can't take Gary. Power up the monolith, more energized. Whoa. It's unfortunate energized only lasts a day. Hello, hello, a customer. Why, hello, welcome to Master Gerald's jewelry shop. Howdy, are you Master Gerald? Oh no, Master Gerald is back there at his workbench. I'm just his assistant and translator. Goblin Jewelsmith? Bang your britches, sonny, and not forgetting it. He says that's right, the finest jeweler in the territory. Well, what do you know, I don't see anything on display, though. Gerald only does bespoke work. If you bring in a sufficiently valuable gemstone, he'll craft it into a fine ring for you for a fee. No trash rocks. I need a pair of glasses. I need a pair of eyeglasses for a nearly blind watchtower lookout. Can you guys make them for me? Clerk translates to a question to Master Gerald, who thinks about it, then nods. Having some old soda bottles for grinding down should work fine. He says, yes, we have some glass of the finest optical quality. Is 500 me acceptable? Maybe later. Takes a look at the rocks I have. 500 meat apiece. I don't have 500 meat. None. Flush. And pluck. Goblin's bed? Maybe? It'd be their dining table, but they've left out a stack of magazine for the customers to look at while they're waiting. They're all in goblin, though. Most of them are goblin celebrity gossip, and crossword puzzles have already been filled in. Guess let's head up to the rent-a-mule. Old engagement ring, skull chips, burial whiskey. What's up, Gary? Hey there. Oh, hey. Think this is where living a crazy squirrel man's. What now, crazy squirrel man's? You sing. This here's model. It's like this is where you go to rent a mule, just judging from the sign, you know. Howdy, welcome to Alamo Rent a Mule. How can I help you? Like to rent a mule? Excuse me, but didn't you ride up here on a horse? Yes, so what do you need a horse for? A mule for. Guess you have a point. Remember this in the future if your horse breaks down, though. Sure. Just a bunch of features you can pay extra for when renting a mule, such as two-way sneeze-through wind vent, deluxe eyeball wipers, getting kicked insurance, butt muffler, fuzzy dice, cruise control, extra car space, steel belted radials, sound dampened shoes, cruise control, leather floor mats. Great, and other customers if I didn't have to deal with enough already with the paperwork and the heat and the mule bites, and if somebody keeps stealing my lunch out of the employee icebox and my trick knuckles acting up again, gosh. Sure, it would be nice to have a little peace and quiet, but nope, I gotta stand here at this counter all day. The hardwood floor isn't helping my sciatica, let me tell you, don't even start on what they pay us around here. The mules eat better than I do. Uh-huh. And if that weren't bad enough, I went and dropped my daughter's birthday present down a stupid hole at a stupid mine. And will anyone go get it for me? Yeah, right, you want me to go get it? Oh wait, really? Did a miracle just appear? I can hardly believe it. Where did you lose it? Not far from here, a place called Deepest Delve Mine. I was looking to scavenge some free string to tie up the package with, and I dropped it. And of course, because it's a bracelet, it's round, so of course it rolls into the hole, and there's some kind of stupid machine. Oh. Okay, check it out. Another needle. Let's head to Squirrel Man's first. Pass through a clearing and see a young goblin carving something in a tree. It appears to say, Goblin's rule, okay? Can't let the stand. You sternly tap the goblin on the shoulder. Take their knife. Correct their spelling. Oh, sorry, that doesn't say Goblin's rule, okay? It says Golbins. Oh, howdy. Name's Holloway. Hab Holloway. Sorry for chittering. I haven't seen another person in a long time. It's not surprising this place is pretty secluded. What do you do here? Mostly I sell pinecone squirrels. Browns, well, used to. Alright. What happened to the H. Holloway? I found the silver pin. Ah, dang it. I was hoping not to see that again. Look, locked that up at the key on side on purpose. Too many bad memories. Appreciate the intention. That's real kind of you, but go ahead and keep it. Is it something to do with why you live out the way out here with these squirrels? I just don't feel comfortable in regular society no more. Something to do with this old pickaxe? Oh my god, no, I didn't do nothing. Starts chattering wildly and squirrel. Whoa, whoa, okay, I'm sorry, I'm putting it away, never mind. Grabs a paper bag from under the counter and hyperventilates into a bit. Eventually it calms down, though he still has kind of a wild look in his eye. So, welcome to my shop. What can I do for you? What happened to squirrels? Well, one day they were here, and the next day they were bloodstains. I had the creepiest dream that night. I dreamt a little girl with big, empty, white eyes jumped in through my bedroom window and asked me if I wanted to have a tea party. Well, oh, you could get the clip-on bow tie um, for the one guy. And he's got infinite pickaxes and shovels. And a jar of peanut butter. Jar of Gimlet peanut butter, brand primarily noticed for arguments about how to pronounce it. According to the manufacturer, it rhymes with Himlet. How many eels we got? 9. Let's make it an even 10. Buzzbire is discouragingly squirrel-shaped. Deep Stealth Mine. Pole Smasher 500. 5,000, sorry. Climb down the rope. Oh boy, toolbox. Gas cap. Like a cap for a bottle of pills but smells like kerosene. It's probably the cap for a bottle of kerosene-soaked pills. That makes sense. Delicate bean iron nugget. Sliver of bean iron has all of its internal metaphysical beings aligned in the same direction, making it magnetic as well as magical. Floor to ceiling shaft. Impassable cave in. Don't even try to pass it, because you can't. This elevator has a lot of stuff wrong with it. Hit the problems. Bing bang boom, you hit the elevator in the right places, it starts up like it's surprised. Go to level 2. A bunch of worthless leftovers. Nice cupboard, but it's bare. These cultists are really going to town with the whispering and tracing of spirals in the air and generally being really creepy cult weirdos. They seem too preoccupied with their spooky nonsense to notice you. Unfortunately, they're blocking your path. Wade in and fight them. Let's start with a dark howdy. So say hello to evil. And then Gary spores them, and then Blizzard fucks a bunch of them up. That's a kill. Because Gary hits so much. Couple of sarsaparillas. Spelled differently. Dispatched all 4 of the cultists in record time. Hooray. Don't like the spiral one bit. Big cross may involve vibrato stuff. Its precise lines and corners stand in marked contrast to the altar, but make your eyes spin involuntarily when you look at it. Cross-shaped piece of velvet vibrato technology is positively thrumming with plot significance. Level 3. Turlet. Remarkably clean for being underground. Unsurprisingly, very dirty. Bunch of cultists here whispering to themselves and tracing spirals in the air. 6 of them. They don't seem to notice you. Pushing through will definitely change that. Then let's change that. Start with a dark howdy. And some spores. Smite the unbeliever. $300. We're gonna go with level 3 Dark Howdy, because now we get 30 mysticality from it. Improve some stats and some early spells a little bit. You don't like this. I'll stop looking at it right now. You hate the spiral. Row, fight the power. That is a large... This thing is really heavy. Push it anyways. The child's bracelet. Way too small for you to wear, even if it wasn't also way too colorful for you to wear it in public. It's ready to be grabbed. Like my hopes and dreams. Level 4, let's go. This is getting where the El Vibrato stuff's at. Whole crowd cultists here, being weird. Dark Howdy. Okay, please shoot a different one this time, Buffalo Bill. Or keep shooting the same one over and over again, that works too. Stock certificate. Managed to defeat all 8 of the cultists in the fair fight unless you cheat somehow. Did you cheat? Nope. Just that good. Nope. I have just min-maxed on dealing AoE damage. Not even all that bad either. Pickaxe and fitty muscle. I think I can get up that high. Okay. 4 muscles. Anything beat 4 muscle in the hats department. That has 5. Okay. I don't think anything's gonna beat 7. None of those give any. Excalibur brings us the rest of the way. This pile of rocks is really seriously moored together. Destroy it. Insert a keystone. And re-equip my mushroom bone and my helmet. What's Roberto containment power offline? What the? East Roberto containment power offline. Place it in the machine. Snaps in of its own accord. Positronic resonator detected. Alright, I need to actually go up to the exit of the mine for whatever the coal crusher thing does. Probably also should go back to a bunch of the old, activate the winch. Smash. Super dense coal. Tremendous amount of pressure applied to it. Now all you need is a few hundred years and you'll have a great big diamond. What was I saying? And you probably go back to a bunch of the old El Vibrato stuff and read what they say. Maybe actually fucking learn something. Open whatever that is. Chest full of metals. 9 Moxie. Hit the problems. Shiny thing. Strange silvery crystal. Crystal is silver in the sense that it's silver colored, not the silver in the sense that it's made of silver. The machine is exceptionally dirty, even by desert mining standards. Weird. Sure, we'll find some use for it. This mine isn't that great, but this cabinet is a big plus. Circle gin, smelling salts, patent emetic. Switch is long since rusted away to uselessness. Same with this one. Bean iron. Another delicate bean iron. Meat. Dig in. West Central Storage Facility. Punch cards. Cylinder. Keystone for scraps. And punch cards. And I don't think I can learn anymore with the punch cards, unfortunately. Oh well. It's a dirty minecart. Meat. Nugget. Meat. Meat. Some kind of drilling machine. I like this. Stash mine gear. Coffee, kerosene, and Earl. And mine cultist camp. This place seems poorly ventilated for a campfire. Maybe that's why no one's here. Shelf containing an effectively infinite amount of sarsaparilla. You've already got plenty. Dear Jeff, got called up north to deepest delve. See you soon. Praise be Roberto. Sincerely, Jeff. Well, let's head back to the rent-a-mule. Let's turn in the bracelet. Ice Ungolith. Nice job. Nice job. Pretty typical, by which I mean horrible. My shins are acting up and my eyebrows are on the fritz, and you wouldn't believe the amount of paperwork I've got to do. But of course, the pencil sharpener is broken, so I have to sharpen my pencil by hand with a nail file. Got a scorpion in my coffee, and I drank half of it. Find my daughter's bracelet yet? Yes. Wow, thanks a bottle. It's a real tragedy there are so few selfless and kind-hearted people like you in the world, willing to do a hugely dangerous favor for a total stranger without any expectation of reward. Yeah, sure. Ah, I get it. He's the complaints department. As in, he complains. Clerk invites you to have a seat in the living area while Master Gerald gets to work cutting and grinding some glass into lenses and setting them into wire frames. Flip through a Goblin magazine while you wait. Lead article seems to be about social interaction with humans and the value of occasionally pretending to be dumber than you actually are. Okay, close enough for government working. Master Gerald has completed your spectacles with the utmost degree of craftsmanship. Here you are. Lenses in these spectacles are so thick you reckon they'd let a feller see behind himself. I'm gonna look up what they all do. I know the coal, there's a way to get it into a diamond, but I don't remember. Catch a glimpse of something colorful out the corner of your eye and hop down and investigate. Before you know it, you're mesmerized by a scintillating rainbow of shiny multicolored scales. A moment later, you realize that you've fallen for the oldest trick in the book, specifically the book about how Frisco Vipers trap their prey because they're surrounded by Frisco Vipers. Fight them. It's a lot of health. Should have done a Dark Cowdy. Gary's dead. Cure poison. And we'll do a Dark Cowdy. Stuns them for a round. Let's see here. The healthiest has 115. So we're gonna throw some dynamite at it. How much are you doing? Up to 96. So let's throw another dynamite. And now cast. Frisco Viper. +3 to all stats. Here, try these on. Takes glasses and puts them on, then looks around blinking. Well, B, never realized what a dump this place is. Climbs up top of the watchtower and peers out over the countryside. They work, I can see a dang thing. Hooray. Great job, that's everyone dealt with and out here. That means I can finally out of this hellhole too. If we ever cross paths again, I really owe you one. She frisbees her clipboard, snaps you a salute, and marches out of the fort. All in a day's work. Okay. Now I guess we max out Great Northern Blizzard. Guess wander a little bit. Large man with a large hammer interrupts your journey by leaping out from behind a rock and shouting, "Damn ghost won't get me, I'll hammer you back into the grave where you belong." Well, that's a new one. Oh no, he won't. Insane construction worker. Construction sledgehammer. +8 muscle. Sledgehammer and it wants to be your it. What? Keep the guy senseless and take his hammer so he can't attack any more travelers. And his wallet so he can't buy any more hammers. Hooray. Actually, books. I was hoping to see my journal. West of the mountains. That. Death oysters. Narrow band between Big Canyon and the mountains. Abracadabra to enter. So that would be somewhere around here, I think. Open it up. Birthing breaches. Gross. Several loud gunshots ring out as you round a large cluster of boulders and you dive into cover. Poking cautiously around the corner, you discover a goblin shooting a large pistol at a pile of nailed together driftwood. Hello? Oh, hello. What doing? Targets practicing? Nope, sculpting, look. Take another look, and from the right angle, the driftwood does kind of look like an owl, albeit one that's been shot a bunch of times with a pistol. Pretty good owl. Eagle, not quite as good then. Leave them alone. So I need to finish leveling up my outfoxing, I guess. Goblin. Ghost Miner. That's why you don't use it. Lava Fava, it is slow. How much to level up? 1,000. You know where the desert... How do you determine where the desert stops and the beach begins? I really don't know how to tell the difference between desert sand and beach sand. Sea Skull. Nice. Grab the reins. Manage to snag the reins as the horse sprints past and are yanked out of your saddle. Tracks you maybe 100 yards before your legs get your legs under you and put up a fight. Eventually you haul the beast to a stop. Tired and bruised, you lead the horse back to where its owner is panting the road toward you. Massively overweight man who is sweating profusely in the desert heat and smells like a dead cheese. No wonder the poor horse was eager to get away. Moon bits. Hooray. Okay. I don't remember what's that Jumble Neck mine, but we're gonna go find out. Oh, this is the one we just did. And I think it had the Learning Center. The education. No, this is the place where we threw stuff in the hole. One of the few mines that doesn't have things with it. Does Soup Stock have El Vibrato? Snakes. Municipal organic fluid pipeline offline. Insert organic fluid. Sustenance, sedative, refreshment, fluid return. Seltzer. Rum. And food cubes. Of course, it's the soup place that has that. That makes sense. Manus Maw. Headwear, antipsychotic headwear fabrication, legswear, footwear. Shaggy Dog Cave, I think, is just the one that's just a ton of plaques. But who knows, maybe there's bean iron in here or something. Yep, just regular bean iron. Snake Pit Mine. Build a crate and then open it. A rock hammer. Gives you 8 mysticality, which is better than the one I've got, especially since I can't really deal damage. Okay, Ridge Mine. Be careful, there's a lot of geomedia activity around here. What? Restore senses cut off as Hort trips over a gopher hole and goes down a snarl of flailing limbs and dust. You catch her meat pouch out of the air as miscellaneous loose possessions fly out of the tumbling crowd. Them's the brakes. Guess I also need to go back and find places with saves. Safes. Lost Dutch oven mine. And up. Just some trash mostly. North Central Positronic Reactor Quick Gate Facility. Quick Gate Online. And toggle Quick Gate. North Central Positronic Reactor Online. Can't quite kill them all. So, Dark Howdy. Could do it a few more times just to get up to outfoxing. Won't take that long, right? Three more times. I thought that was the third one. Alright, is that enough? Yeah. Maxed out, outfoxing. Humming cave. Translate whatever that is. Looks dangerous. More energized. Okay. Unfortunately, I am gonna have to go to sleep at some point if I ever want to finish Breadwood, which means losing all those. Something I was thinking about after reading the Necromancer Journal is that certain mushrooms are near there. Figured who better to ask than Mushroom Lady herself. Oh thanks, see you later. Okay. Maybe the Shroom Cave? Harvest it. Was it the well or the other one? Horse wearing brown fur hat, carrying a brown chopping bag, brown loaf of stone brown bread sticking out the top. You can sell it stone because the bag has a little picture of a loaf of bread on it. Now over you all your bread or I'll bludgeon you to death. Geez, you like bread, huh? Yeah, it's kind of my thing. Offer him infinite bread. Listen, you know the old saying, give a man a fish he eats for a day, teach a man a fish and he eats for the rest of his life? I don't like fish, I just like bread. Can't miss the point, I'll go slowly. Write down your mom's bread recipe and explain it to him in short words. He gives you his large and very stale loaf of bread in exchange and rides away excitedly. Bread is the staff of life, but this is shorter, more like a wand, really. could just keep trying brute forcing it, but no. Education facility. Nothing else to learn from either of those cards. Unfortunate. Vanilla. Second. Poo poo. Do it again. You know what? Hold on a second. Nuisance containment. G S Anan N H and Boo Boo. Education facility. Vanilla. That is the first one. 0. Okay. Poo poo. That is the last one. And that is the third one. That is the fourth one. That is the fifth one. Three, so that would be fourth button. That is the second to last one, so the sixth one. That is the second one. That should be all of them. Yeah, let's see. 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 6, and 0. And there were 7 of them, so south, 5, east, 0. East destination adjustment 3. Terminal resets to its original state. 7 new buttons appear. 7 different but very similar buttons appear. Terminal beeps and Boofy glowing guy behind you disappears in a puff of glowing squares. Gosh, wonder where he went. It's like he's still here. Pretty sure he went to Dirtwater. If I can make it to the right door. Let's head back to the Vibrato trees. Or central construction facility online. Terminal corruption detected. Primary terminal, select secondary terminal. Pipeline terminal. Fluid. Southwest construction facility. Southwest construction facility. Destination. Coffee maker. Planetary matter array. Power pipeline. Local solar. Coffee maker. Matter. Coffee maker. Primary terminal. Ink terminal. Refreshment 5, 6. Refreshment 5, temperature 6. Coffee maker terminal. Perfect cup of coffee. Never seen or smelled a better cup of coffee than this. It's a real once-in-a-lifetime beverage. Speed by 9 and maximum AP for the rest of the day. Power pipelines. 2. Construction. Select construction. Military construction. Solar destruction cannon. Military personnel. Containment array. Nope. Oh, so you could just beam bridge into there. Psychotic sedative. Nope. Local bridge beacon. Power offline. Matter pipeline offline. So navigating through that, you'd be able. That's your options for a bridge are not bread. Are wood, bones, or teleporting a vibrato bridge in using that. Should actually be pretty fucking cool. Just like I had said before, I'm gonna go back and check safes. Magic to escape. Okay, I don't need to keep grinding them out. Get wary for more AP, although probably won't need it, because most fights are 1 or 2 turns. Is it late in, has it been late enough that now I can go into the main show at the circus? dead. Can't really do anything in there. Rescue mission, nothing in there. I don't need to go here. Whoops. So this is just a flat piece of land. Also, I never found a lady cactus for the one guy. Big apple. I don't think there's anything left here. Since we shoveled it, destroyed campsite. Don't think there's anything here. Lazy A dude ranch. Hey, we finally found something over here. Nice, somebody's been watching ferrets in this thing. Yuck. Burn crate. Guess it came with property. Kick it open. Hey, like, howdy. I'm selling herbal remedies. Care to buy what kind? Kind that are gifted us to eye without any interference by human hands. So, weeds? It's a derogatory term created by the man, but yeah, basically. Herbal remedy. Doesn't do anything. It's a little pile of random dried up weeds folded up in a sachet of paper. Garbage stored in garbage, essentially. Leave. Howdy. What's happening? That's what I was wondering. Not much. Grow crops here. Guy grow whatever she wants, but that's easier. Right on. Where'd you get that hat? Friend of mine made it. Forget which one. What do you take for it? Thinking of trying a new style. Maybe like one of those hats the army guys used to wear like back in the day, like it's an ironic statement. Strange head sack. Howdy, I'm Garfield. I'm Louise. Louise laughed. Why the long face? Louise, ah, geez. Basically because I'm stuck here farming with a couple of dummies who don't know how to farm a damn thing. So they just let the weeds grow and call it natural. I'm so sick of eating dandelions I could scream. Why don't you leave? I've got any meat or any other prospects there, anywhere to go. I mean, dandelions are terrible, but they're better than eating dirt. This is such a mess. How'd you get in this predicament? So I went west after graduating baking school and fell in with these two because they talked a big game about natural grains. Fool that I was, I didn't recognize they were really interested in getting silly on local weed and not doing any work. Looking for work? You know somewhere that's hiring a baker? Heck, even unpaid would be better than this. Comes through and board. I just want to get out of here. That's wonderful. I know a bakery that needs help. Filthy. Here, have some soap. Sure feels nice to help out. Getting to help out the baker boys. Food for Gary. Garden, in air quotes. So good if you're actually harvesting, if you have foraging, but I don't. Ow. Back to going to here. Oh hey, it's safe. Prototype Stetson, +3 to the M's. Never made it to market. Public just wasn't ready for such a wide brim. Guess snake. Yep, nothing else here, so... Gilded Lily. Crack the safe. Some cash and another stock certificate. A lot of spare turns in here. The crate. Free tainted milk. Milk moves of its own accord and perpetually solidifying or liquefying itself according to its own curdled desires. Mysticality by 5 and speed by... Sorry, Mysticality by 11, speed by 5. Needle. Toy skeletons. Been in there again, I think. Oh, right. Goblins. Fox them. Meat. And XP. Not a lot of XP, but more grit. Now I have 3 pain tolerance, so I can lose 3 fights without getting completely knocked out. Cowardice. Oh, turtles alert. Sorry about that. I don't know if it actually picked that up. Come on. Thank you. Lead pie. Hmm. Laudanum and smelling salts. I can go turn in more laudanum for more experience. But Cavern Canyon. Unrefined meat nuggets. Danger spider. How is that still burning? Cheap tequila. Stocks. Stonks. Very fucking wimpy if I could have melee attacked it to death. 5 silver nuggets. I don't think there's anything I can do here. Now fox it. What kind of beans are those? Oh, I meant to go to Dirtwater, actually. The shop. Just for some binoculars. Oh well. Technically we can start heading towards the end of the game just because it's at Frisco. So, yeah. I did want to find the Necromancer's thing, though. Hey, it's Wandering Sally. Kind of hoping to find you. Yeah, let's back out and double check the journal. West of the mountains. Narrowed it down thanks to ley lines. Strip the land between the big canyon and mountains between there and Dirtwater. So between the two things. Abracadabra to open it. But still apparently not enough to figure out where he is. Well, they're all fused shut now. Whoops. I think the only two things you can make from it are fudge and the Buffalo Revival thing. Just pick up the loose pieces. I don't want to lose my pickaxe again. That's the wrong spot. Finally get around to buying that. Lasso. Oh, disables target for 2 rounds. Interesting. And that's just experience, since we have all the Being skills. Accidentally squeeze the book into book juice, which turns out isn't a real thing. Tombstone Pizza. Get it? It's a frozen pizza company, and that's pepperoni mold from the gravestone. Anyways. Frisco Hellcow. Dead Frisco Hellcow. Infernal Leather. This horrible cow skin still has demonic sigils brand on it. You think the cows would have lost interest in branding they decide they were once they were no longer domesticated. Maybe it's like a ironic thing. How does your mustache stay on? Sorry to tell you this, but your sight lost like hundreds of years ago. Wait. Ancient explorer, would-be conqueror. Hopefully the former, because it doesn't seem been much good. The latter, 50 XP. Talk to it. Outfox him. That can't be good for your health. You're going to snap every tendon in your body. What? Ring 2 strong. Will be breaking you joints. Leave them alone. Goblin to his funny. Lifts the boulder in one hand so he can wave goodbye to you. Sheesh. I thought I got outfoxing done. Oh well. I think the vibrato stuff is on 4. Okay. Whatever. I'm just gonna head to Frisco. What's going on, Smee? Fancy Pants calls himself the Emperor and he won't let us build our tracks up to the station. You see if you can talk some sense into it? I'm on it. There was an Emperor in San Francisco. Emperor Norton. Self-proclaimed. Not playing projectionist wanted. Word on the street is projectionist wanted 2 is already in the works. Well, I'll be a new face. I'm Cluncy. Make yourself at home. I'm Garfield Madsen, new to town. Been helping Manifest Destiny get the rail tracks laid. We're very, very close, but we haven't finished yet. Sounds like you could use a drink. Cluncy, I sure could. What have you got? New Amsterdam, new fashioned olive gin cone. Instead of a Manhattan, old fashioned, and a martini. There's a huge brawl going on over there. Oh, them fellas are always blowing off steam. Just let them go ahead and get their aggressions out. As long as they keep over there, away from the furniture I've got left. What can you tell me about Frisco? Fine town. A fellow named Samson Frisco found it way back when the mines first opened out this way and everyone caught the fever. Mine fever? Yep. Kind you get from breathing too much dirt. Frisco was the doctor, you see? Bye-bye, barman. Sorry, no darts. Management. He has a rock in her whiskey. Whiskey on the rocks, eh? It was a little funny the first time I heard it today. So by now it should be laugh right, huh? Laugh right, right? Mm-hmm. Seriously, though, why are you ruining that whiskey with that rock? I'm not here to drink, I'm doing important research. What kind of research? Testing effects of various liquids on hypercrystalline thauomorphic diurites. Today's liquid is ethanol. Maybe I'm going out on a limb here, but I'm guessing you're some kind of scientist. Good guess. Specifically, I'm arcanologist. Arcana magical rocks? Hey, not bad, you got him. One, Dr. Josie Morton, at your service. I'm Garfield Madsen. My second guess was going to be buttholes, but rocks don't have those. Not typically, no. I'm at the professor, guy researching El Vibrato out by Gustavson Gulch. That's him. His work is really intriguing, but our fields don't overlap as much as you'd expect, no? Thought El Vibrato would be right up your alley. There's all kinds of magical rocks and stuff. Yeah, those rocks were heavily modified by El Vibratoans. My interest is in magical rocks in their naturally occurring state. Oh, I see. How's your whiskey experiment going? Not great, but to be honest, I wasn't expecting much. This test should really be done with pure ethanol. It's too hard to get that out here, so I'm trying whiskey just for the heck of it, but the impurities in it wouldn't screw up my findings if they had any. Well, that's a shame. Hey, your rock just turned blue. Oh, that's unrelated. That does that every 23 minutes. A colleague who patented a design for a watch based on that property of it, but 23-minute watch isn't very useful. Plus, you know, the whole cancer thing. Yeah, did you think I wasn't drinking this because of the flavor? It's because I don't want a tumor that can yell its own name. Need any help? Sure, can always use more samples. If you find anything interesting, any interesting rocks, bring them by my house. Counts as interesting. I haven't seen any that turn blue. It's a rock that doesn't do anything a rock doesn't ordinarily do, moving around on its own, defying gravity, displaying rudimentary intelligence. A rock that plays a banjo. Have you seen a rock that plays a banjo? Oh no, I was just what-ifing. Jeez Louise, don't get my hopes up like that. I'll soon buy if I find interesting rocks. Pacer Tab finishes the rock out of whiskey and leaves. So there's no sense in throwing the bathwater out with the baby, and you pocket the whiskey. Dr. Morton told you this whiskey was poisonous, but you figure all whiskey is technically poisonous, so how much worse could this really be? Extra 23 spell damage. Nice. Oh boy, another spittoon, let's go. What's with the excitement? Given up. This is the last spittoon in the game, and I'm not going to try and convince you not to be the most disgusting person on earth anymore. Let's go, let's do this. Yeah, search that filthy spittoon. You kneel down on the floor and throw your arms around the spittoon, giving the greasy brass bucket a great big hug. How about a kiss? Would you like to kiss it? You know, baby. You pucker up and give the spittoon a great big kiss right on the rim. Is there a tug involved? I'll leave that up to you, but even without it tastes like a burning horse. I love it. I know you do, friend. If it were legal in this county, I'd let you marry that spittoon and have a beautiful romantic honeymoon night with it. But fortunately, you're going to have to settle for wearing it as a hat. Yes, please. Flip that beautiful brass bucket over and slap it onto your head. Drenching yourself in hot brown tobacco spit. It washes down over your face and hair like sewage waterfall, soaking your clothes, down your collar, and slithering into your underwear, and filling your boots. Can't even force myself to describe it in any more detail than that. You're the world's foulest human being. Congratulations. 6 mysticality and 11 spell damage. Spittoon hat, which is to say it's a spittoon that you have turned upside down and placed on top of your head. Hooray. And that is better than my current hat. And it's funny because, also, oh, I could have sworn it made you, like, drip. Might be misremembering. I'll just save XP. I guess go to Dr. Morton's house. Some kind of drilling machine seems to have taken a real beating. This doesn't seem natural. The, like, hexagonal rock. Rock is clearly something special. A fancy, high-tech electric light. Don't these new lamp things usually need to be plugged into something? Yes, but I've modified these to run at ambient arcanolithic radiation. See how they work more reliably the closer they are to the diathrithic resonator on the floor there. Yes, I understand that. So the closer they are to the weird rock. Bedrock. Huh. Or is it bad horizontal filing cabinet? Not yet, but I'm keeping an eye out. Josie, what's up with these boots? Just an invention I lost interest in. Well, they're supposed to make you run really fast, but I couldn't get any significant boost out of them. You're so close, though. Oh, yeah? Sure, just gotta hook this wire up to the spring, twist the flange a little, and Bob's your uncle. Oh, clever. Well, I'm not interested in them. You can keep them if you want. Boost boots. +5 speed. Boots are augmented with various electrical thingamajigs. Wearing them is like having somebody constantly shooting at your heels. Thanks. Yeah, I'll just take the extra speed. I guess go back to Frisco. Hey, mister, your hat's on fire. Yeah, I know. You don't seem particularly bothered by it. Well, I don't think panicking would solve anything. Guess you got a point. What's your deal? I'm a deal. I'm an artist. See, so this kind of performing arts thing? Oh, the hat? No, that's a coincidence. I'm a painter. Take the hat off. Mister, you need to take the hat off. You'll roast your brain. Perhaps, but think about how handy it would be for reading at light. Explain how fire is bad for his head. Look, I'll put it this way. You're an artist, right? You depend on your eyes for your ability to create. And once your hat burns down far enough, your eyeballs are going to boil in their sockets. That would put a hamper on my painting. Of course, well before that happens, your brain will roast, starting with parietal lobes on top, which get over its visual perception and object manipulation. Oh my, very well, you've made your point here. Ain't mysticality on the hat. Zag was probably a nice hat before it got set on fire. Thank you. Not now, Emperor. Nice station. Too bad there's no train that runs to it yet. Flyer of some sort. Comedy flyer. Something you found in the ground Frisco, which means in absolute best case scenario, it's garbage. Read the garbage, it turns out to be a flyer for a comedy shack up north of Frisco. Now, jot down the location on your map and throw the flyer away. Nearly identical houses as far as the eye can see in that direction. Wasco's Comedy Shack, I guess. Fight. Scraps and moonbits and battery. Ow. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Wasco Chapters, the name and comedy's the game. Here for a real thigh slapping good time? Alright, hit me. Okay, so Skeleton walks into the bar and the bartender says, wait, it's a horse, not a skeleton, sorry. Anyway, after the bartender asks the horse, hey, why's your face so long, buddy? That's it? Wasco takes a bout of wine. Here, another one? No. Fine, hit me. Guy walks in the bar. Sorry, bartender says, sorry, we don't serve goblins here. Oh, wait, forgot to mention the guy's a goblin. Seriously? Here's a good one. Take my life. My wife. Please. Please? Want to hear another one? Hit me. Anyway, I just flew in from Canada, which is weird, right? Because people can't fly. Except for in balloons or gliders, I guess. Don't have actual airplanes for at least a couple of decades anyway. Wasco, you're real bad at this. No, I'm not. You're bad at stuff you do. Dumb things, probably. Alright, hit me. So a guy walks into a bar and asks for a beer and a mop. Bartender says, what's the mop for? That guy replies, because I'm a skeleton. Want to hear another one? Boy, it was really, really cold yesterday. Supposed to ask me how cold it was. Want to hear another one? Alright, what walks on four legs in the morning, two legs in the afternoon, three legs at night? Um, a man. Seriously, you aren't good at comedy. Shut up and great jokes. No, you aren't. But what about your timing's terrible. Timing. Alright, hit me. So my Uncle Alex thinks he's a chicken, and my wife suggested we take him to see a psychiatrist. I said maybe we should take him to a regular doctor, 'cause I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be possible for a regular human man to lay eggs. So we got a job as a manager on a baseball team, and all the players have weird names. There's one guy literally named Who, another called I don't know. Third base. Well, come on, Wasco. Knock knock. No, really. Come on, knock knock. Who's there? Want to hear another one? I'm telling you sincerely, you should quit. Alright, fine, admit. I can't tell jokes worth a darn. What else am I supposed to do? You're a pretty good, decent banjo player. The Jewel and Dirtwire could use a banjo. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Over there shortly. Thanks for the idea. Sure thing. Can't be much worse. Olive Gardens Homestead. Howdy, stranger. Howdy, Garfield. I'm Olive. Olive Garden. Nice garden you got here, Olive. My thanks. Looks delicious. Oh, I don't grow them to eat. I just grow them back if you got to know how. Welcome to Arms, anything you'd like. Thanks. Sure thing. I'm always happy to be another cactus aficionado. Didn't know there's more than 2,000 different breeds of cactus, all different shapes, kinds, different colors of flowers, too. I'll be. Did you know? If you know what kind of cactus to look for, they'll help you survive out in the desert for quite a while. They collect and store a lot of drinkable water, and several varieties bear edible fruit. That's fascinating. See, before we get into the medical uses, did you know if you sterilize cactus spines over hot coals, you can use them for sutures? Though you have to be careful because there's a couple breeds whose spines are actually venomous. Well, I'll be darned. Did you also know saguaro cactus, those tall ones with the arms, are generally the picture you think about cactus generally live to 160 or 170 years old, sometimes as old as 200 years. Heck, they aren't even considered adults until they're 125. And did you know that they're also endangered, so they're illegal to chop down or move in Arizona? Gosh, you probably think I'm silly, but I kind of think these cactuses as pets. They're like my big green prickly children, though a lot easier to take care of, obviously. People probably think of me as that weird cactus lady that lives outside town, but it doesn't matter to me as long as I've got my needle babies. You know, if you love cactuses so much, why don't you marry one? Garfield, you're definitely not the first person that suggested that. I'll tell you what, I would absolutely positively marry a cactus if I find one that wanted to marry me. Mug of cactus beer. More cactus beer. Cactus bits and green thumb. XP from foraging, nice. Hot coffee. Floral ring. Makes foraging random encounters more likely. Shockweed extract. Spell damage by 10. Briscoe poppies. Physicality by 11. Agave nectar. Moxie by 7. Got enough to get all the way up. So now we can get some loco weed. 2 action points when used in combat. That's pretty good. Clownwort pollen. 15% elemental resistance. Also pretty good. Well, I know just the cactus that would marry you. I found just the gal for you. You mean it, Garfield? Cactus loving lady by the name of Olive Garden. She's a real peach. Godspeed, Cactus Bill. Yeah, here you go. Yep. I don't remember what laudanum actually does, but I probably won't use it. Because in case you haven't noticed, I don't use a ton of the consumables. I think I'm out of laudanum now. I think I fed it all to him. Nope. Oh, that's why. Maybe it's not even in there, like it's in here. Maybe. I don't know. If it does anything. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it there. I'm not gonna feed him more. Nah, I did not mean the comedy shack. I wanted the Olive Garden. Actually, maybe I can go in here now. Nope. So there's a tree stump here with raw plucked chicken sitting on a plate. Dismount and start walking over to take a closer look at it. Car except chicken jumps a foot in the air on fire and lands back on the plate, perfectly roasted. Slowly turn around and see a woman wearing a black chef's hat, blowing smoke out, and a revolver. This here's my property. I don't care much for trespassing. Well, hey, I didn't mean to. She holds up 3 large baked potatoes in her left hand and points a pistol. The side dish is either these here taters or you. Got 3 seconds. Just Fox, say that pistol of yours. 1. Oh crap. Well, cooking pistol. 9 mysticality. Hey Bill, see you found the place, found the love of my life. It's all thanks to you. Yes, it was love at first sight. We got married right away. Glad to help someone find happiness in this wasteland. Good luck to you both. Still figuring out the whole hugging thing. Wonder if I can find some puncture-proof coveralls somewhere. Hmm. Alright. I don't think there's much else I can do. Other than, like I said, I could wait the 2 days until I can finish up Redwood. Curious Flat Flame. Stop and investigate. I'd keep going, but I'm not animated for climbing. This ladder is missing about 70% of its rung. So dangerous. Call OSHA. Requires 30 moxie. Check the belonging. El Vibrato rod. 10-foot long rod of El Vibrato material. It's got a low label on it. Says emergency cache decloaker. Definitely one of the largest hexagons you've ever seen. More energized and more EXP. Max out wary. Don't have a need. Haven't seen a need for better safe cracking yet, but I'll still get it. Place the cylinder. There we go. Local power terminal. Our destination, planetary orientation. Select planetary. Let's go to Roberto containment. Offline. Offline. Online. Garbage terminal. Garbage return. Ton of scrap. 30 to be precise. It's hard to get close. You feel like you're being pushed away. What the hell is this? El Vibrato gizmo sticking out of the ground here. Got a button on top. Push it. Ping. Roughly from nowhere. Clouds and rains. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Someone's teaching a button the goblin rain chant. You have a chant that makes it rain? Yes, it takes months sometimes. A button is much better. Hmm. I think the well had Roberto. It might have been the woods. Goblin sighed, staring at the sky. Moon I'm looking at neither. Moon is out right now. Nothing up being up there. Moons won't two coming for hours. You waiting this long? Yes, yes, moon's so big, so bright, so big, so to waiting and seeing. Like, very liking of moons, huh? Yes, yes, very. To looking to collecting rocks of them. Takes a bunch of pebbles out of his pocket to show you. Could they be moon rocks for all you know? So I explained the moons, their makeup, their origins, how they orbit the planet, each other, and so on. Goblin turns out the Goblin knows actually far more than you do. Fortunately, they're kind enough not shame you for your human splaining, and even share your moon rocks with you. Okay. It's experience and free stuff. Sleep. So for the last part of Frisco, yeah, once you talk to the Emperor, you can either uh, power destination. I think actually I do want in the toilet to go into the toilets. Um, once you talk to him, you can either make him angry or you can appease him. Uh, There are 3 ways you can appease him, and making him angry leads to a like final skill check slash fight. Final series of skill checks slash fights, I should say. I think it might have been Depths of Madness that had the Roberto in it. But while I was thinking about the toilet, I wanted to come and check here, see if anything's changed now that I'm powering it. North Central Positronic Reactor Quick Gate. That was the woods. Now let's see. It's 10:30. I've been going for almost 3 hours. Go to Deepest Delve. Open it with the crowbar. Bunch of junk. West containment, power online. East containment, offline. Positronic positronic resonator detected, and I think that's the plus sign thing we put in. Nope, this is the learning place. Nope, I'm not wrong. Solar Lake Terminal. Pipeline Terminal. Power. Destination. To... I don't know. Whatever. I think I am missing at least one vibrato place, but I don't know where. Because no, duh. see. Still missing a little bit of what you call it, necromancer stuff and El Vibrato stuff. Those, just so you know, those are two of the ways to appeal to him. Driftwood hat, 7 armor. Powered up. Even more energized. That has a ton of experience. Yeah, Redwood's probably never gonna get help at this rate, because I'm not gonna let all this energize go to waste. Carefully lead your horse across. Some jerk. Clams digging. Clams not being in desert. Clams is ocean things. Clams ocean fish being, like slugs with shells in having, not in deserts. Looking at this then, pulls a shiny abalone shell out of their pail, which, while not exactly clam, is indeed an odd thing to find in the desert. Wanting more knowing, can't sing this shell? Sure, keeping it. Have lots at home. Thanks. 8. Mysticality on lapel. Past a woman who's running along the desert trail on foot, and although I say running, she's a slow run with an odd loping gait. She dressed oddly too. No hat, just a thin strip of fabric tied across her forehead, light clothing and strange soft-looking boots that barely even come up to her ankles. Everything alright? You run away from something pretty slow, like a desert tortoise, or no, jogging. What? Jogging, I bet it's like slow running. I'm from we just walk. Better exercise if you go faster. Not fast enough to actually get away from anything though. But full out running wears you out. That isn't as healthy. Well, they're being eaten by a bear. Look, I'm not being chased by bears. I've never been chased by a bear. That's obvious. You're alive and not made of lumps. It's about physical fitness. Bears aren't an issue. Okay, you're right. Thank you. There aren't many bears out here in the desert. Back to coyotes, though, you'd be in real trouble. This is a frustrating conversation. They tear your shreds, even without those goofy-looking shoes. Just like these myself, they are not goofy. They're pretty goofy. And what good are they if you can't even run properly in them? What? They don't prevent... certainly aren't going to protect your ankles. They'll be perfectly good for kicking your ass. All this exercise made you kind of belligerent. Get down off that horse. Haven't we see if you can catch me? Ghost cows. Oh, they survived. Oh, right. Anything abandoned mine I missed? So, since I'm probably gonna end up doing it in a minute anyways, what you do with the Emperor guy is if you're gonna just talk to him, he just wants a crown. You have 3 options for it. One is the Necromancer's crown, one is an El Vibrato crown, And the third is going to Silver Plater and having him turn the turnip you can pick up like right at the beginning of the game outside the tutorial into a crown. It costs something like 2,000 meat. I think actually even more than that. I think in hard mode it's 20,000. But besides the point. And depending on what crown you give him, if you give him a crown, it also changes the future of Frisco, with the El Vibrato one making it like a technological wonder city, the Necromancer crown making it a city of the dead, basically. Oh, I guess I did miss some stuff here. We'll do the Dark Howdy. And spores. More spores. Bye, Gary. Coal skin snakes. Snake skins, even. More unrefined meat. Regular meat. Regular meat. Delicate bean iron. Nugget. And I don't remember what, if anything, the... Whoa. Oh, because I've got the one stick thing that'll help you find those. It's gonna be places where the rocks are like that. And if you refuse to give him a crown, then he steals the train and you have to go and catch him. And there's a bunch of like skill / perk checks. Yeah. Fight them. Should have done Dark Howdy. Oh well. Angry. Fight them. I don't know which one I'm gonna do, to be honest. I was thinking of doing the Necromancer one, but I can't seem to fucking remember how to find the Necromancer. And I think that's like the only place that you need Safe Cracking 5 is on there. What was it, the flat plane again? Oh yeah, the rain machine. Alright, we got a bunch of scraps here. Not a lot else. Moonshine still. Stop and check it out. Sure. Jar moonshine on a spout. 3 M's by 9. Made from real moon. Blossom gin. Make it out of moon bits. Okay. Use for them, I guess. Hmm. Okay. I'm definitely not giving up on where to get the necromancer stuff, but okay. Let's just double check. It's number 13. Already done everything here. Okay. Double check. Reboot Hill. Yeah, sure, Sally. Okay, so Oh. Scroll's in bad shape. We can't really make it new. Must be another clue. Stick scroll in your journal. That's why I couldn't ever fucking finish my journal. West of the mountains, ley lines, hell cow energy, the crazy portal, mushrooms. Finally found it. And we've got the passcode to get in. Okay, time to show this necromancer guy the business. Business of not skeleton man's making. Yes, that business. Because that's my business. And I won't have any competition. Abracadabra. Necromantic ruins. They desire to be read. Study them. Read the runes closely, tracing them with one finger. They glow darkly at your touch. You learn the three ancient names: the name of Bone Hatred, Bone Void, and Bone Never Was. Drink the blood. Dark-blooded. 30 maximum HP. It's found blood, nothing weird about that. Blood's delicious, like meaty Kool-Aid. Approach the army skeletons without fear. Something in your eyes causes them to shrink back slightly. Banish them. Necromantic Mastery. Your eyes turn black as you howl three names. The skeletons screech and explode out of existence. That's happening because I have studied too much Necrometics. Learn a name that banishes mind. Learn a name that hatches void from a tooth egg. Excuse me, fellas, when you get past here, the skulls hiss, chitter, and giggle at you. We'll outfox it, because I got a ton. Carefully inspect the pillar of skulls and grab one near the bottom by its eye sockets and yank it out of the pile. The entire stack collapses and scuttles off. So yeah, the point is that since giving the guy a crown takes away the difficulty of having to do the final skill checks, you win all the other crowns have a skill check to get them, except for the turnip crown. Name dissolves bonds, the withers loves, corrupts love, twists it and blackens it, turns into hate. Two skeletons have their names written on their foreheads, so they won't forget them. Actually, wait, maybe they have the other one's name. Banish them. Names slither in, you hiss the names and the names slither into your foes. Giant skeletons turn and smash each other until only splinters remains. Tippy top. You approach the throne, that withered husk sitting on it. Unbelievable. All that killing, all that horror, and this is what's behind it? He tries to speak to you, but all that comes out is dust. Consume him. You chant the ancient words of ascension. You're not even sure how you know them, but they taste like home. A pathetic twig that was once a man explodes into dust. Breathe him in. Consume what's left of the old man before it even hits the ground. Black fire ignites in your heart. He had some power in him after all. 666 XP. Now that power is yours. Now you are power. You pick up his crown. Funny, there's nothing to it. Why couldn't you see that before? This is a crown you took when you became a necromancer. It's all spiky and skull bedecked. You can wear it, but it does nothing. This throne is yours now. Evil, evil throne. Evil laughter. You take a deep breath. Laugh some more. Some more. 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 Okay, that's enough. Evil laughter. I don't know why I didn't just fast travel out of here, besides the fact that I'm dumb. Yeah. Dr. Morton will love this. Hold on a second. Sorry. Guess we're going back to wandering. Gather some while you may. Mustache sap. May have figured out we are Ghost Skin Cap. just trying to figure out last things I need to do for El Vibrato. Here's one of them. Curious Falls Mountain. The heck they aren't. Dark Howdy. Gary's dead, but the rest of us live. Investigate. They're not real. Fight it. It's another big hexagon. Place the cylinder. Time squeezer terminal. Increase time squeezer power. Chrono key terminal. Decrease time primary chrono key primary. Okay. Select destination. Chrono key fabrication. Visualize fabrication. Key-shaped El Vibrato device. It makes a type of sound you never heard before, and your bag gets slightly heavier. You investigate and find out. Oh, yeah, it's just that weird El Vibrato thing you found in the woods when you were sick. That thing has been here the whole time. Yeah, the whole time. Squeezer. Increase power. Leave. Mess with it. This machine has a smallish hole on either end and a large flat surface running through the middle. As you're staring at it, trying to figure out what it does, a mouse suddenly runs in the hole on the left. At the same instant, a mouse skeleton gets out the hole on the right. Push the skeleton back through. Very confused mouse scurries out of the left hole and disappears under the machine. This machine must be some kind of time tube. So, left, we can put super dense colon, get a massive diamond. I'm just gonna double check the jeweler real quick. Just to see what they do. Coal ring is 40 to meat gain. That's actually pretty fucking good. Diamond ring, if it wants to work, is 7 to the 3 M's. So we're gonna put the... Never mind. Left hole, put some cheap wine in there, we get decent wine. Put decent wine in there, you get fine wine. Put fine wine in, you get vinegar. And you cannot unage the you cannot unage the diamond, so I guess I'm stuck with it. Another helmet and a headband, battery, headband. Anyways, more energized. So much XP. Let's max out blood beans. So now we heal 11 every turn. I don't really know what to level up anymore. Could just dump it all into Mysticality to squeeze out every last bit of damage I can from my spells. But outside that, I don't really know. Don't really use any of the. Could have sworn Rain of Teeth was actually good. Seer gets 30. It is stronger than Blizzard when it's fully leveled up. I was right. Local power terminal. Destination Roberto Containment. But first, now that we've got this here chrono key, there's a few places we can go. Starting with Fort of Darkness. Also, I can grab this stuff. Ah, there it is. Key-shaped vibrato device hums as you approach the glowing window and peer through. You see nothing but rocks in every direction except slightly down and to the left, where you see two menacing-looking hairy men fighting. But they're not fighting, they're taking turns bonking each other on the heads with clubs. But they're smiling and giggling. Through the window, you can just barely reach the shoes of one to the left. Grab them. Hide shoes. 9 muscle. That's what you'd say if you were afraid of shoes and you heard some shoes coming. Even though you're not particularly afraid of shoes, this pair is still pretty intimidating. Next, Alexandria Ranch. Nope, do not want to go down there. You see a woman browsing through a book as she strolls along a garden path. There's booming noise in the distance as she looks up. There's a burst of static, the scene repeats. Grab her arm and pull her through. What the? What? Why to rescue? What the hell just happened? What'd you do? Saved your life, don't mention. All in a day's work. Where's my house? Best I can work out, the commander of a nearby army fort got cabin fever and went on a paranoid rampage. You just happened to be in range of their guns. So that's what the soldier was trying to warn me about. I assumed it meant goblins or something. I'm sorry. Well, but how am I alive? Just happened to see you through a time rift and pulled you through just before the explosion. Don't ask me to explain that. Okay, also you're probably a couple years out of date. How long has it been since the cows came home? Since the what? Oh boy, you have a lot of explaining. You have a lot of catching up to do. Can't do in this pile of rubble. What am I gonna do? Oh, all my lovely books. Speaking of books, there's a town called Dirtwater. Sounds charming. Plenty of space. They could use a library or bookstore or something. Suppose it's better than living in Crater. Some of these volumes look salvageable. Alright, I'll head there directly. West Pole is next. Camp Crystal Dream. The strange conveyance has a sign reading "Bitchin" on the back. Look inside. Inside you find a gun. You think, newfangled pistol. Fairly obviously a gun, but it's not like any gun you've ever seen before. You don't have to cock it. There's not even a cylinder. Oh, dang it. Finally something you recognize, though you've never seen a sunk stagecoach before. Really nice cowboy hat. 10 to all damages. There was a museum of cowboy hats. This one will be in the area with the highest security. Eek. Strange mailman. What's he holding? Glowing green. 5 maximum AP. This isn't so much a glowing ring as a ring made out of glow. It's almost insubstantial, but the energy it contains is undeniably palpable, so don't try to deny it. Approach the sarcophagus and the top has long since crumbled to dust and it's empty. Wait, no, it isn't empty. There's a jawbone on a very small pillow. Bend down for a closer look and hear a faint whisper. Beg your pardon? I'm sorry? Pick it up. Seems kind of rude, but so is leaving without hearing what it has to say. Pick up the bone and hold it to your ear. Oh, come on, please speak up. Hold it even closer. Stick it in your ear. Stick your finger in your other ear. Jam your finger in your other ear, close your eyes, and listen as hard as you can. And undying. What? Undying. Put the jawbone back into the sarcophagus, and in doing so, you notice something yellow hidden under the pillow. Grab it as a reward for your patience. Smiling face button. 15 to the 3 M's. It's an abstract representation of a smiling face printed on some flexible yellow substance you can't identify. A little clip to affix to your shirt. Pretty fucking good. 101 Mysticality. Nothing that way. Literally, there's nothing. It's hard to describe. Next, Port Unnecessary. But let's actually do Snake Spring first. Talk to the Goblin. Ask if it has any food. Guffin. Increases your nothing by 0 for the rest of the day. A lot of some kind of goblin bread. Doesn't look very appetizing, like a soft gray potato. Fort Unnecessary is next. Can of tuna. Hot coffee. Key-shaped El Vibrato device hums as you approach the glowing window and peer through. It opens to the incredibly brightly lit interior of a building. Sign set. Far wall says Snake Springs Plumbing Supply, established 1925. Sign in nearby bin full of toilet plungers says, plungers, 45,000 each. That's exorbitant. They're not even special gold toilet plungers or anything like that. Just regular plungers. Deals stench instead of physical and applies poison. Finally found the other kind of plunger. Also, while I'm over here, I'm gonna go to the Silver Plater. I think I've got enough to... My actual tongue. The one on my head? Yep. Nope. I need more meat. And I think my best bet for just grinding out a ton of meat is the buffalo pile. And if you think I'm not going to do that, you're wrong. Key-shaped Eldorado. Approach the window. Through we see a busy street. Metal vehicles you can't identify move past at unimaginable speeds. The window is thankfully far from the road they travel. Every 15 seconds or so, a strange metal and glass rectangle, about 6 inches by 3 inches, so a cell phone, falls past the view of the window and you hear a man's voice shouting, crap. Grab it. Strange grass rectangle. 11 Moxie. Don't know what this little rectangle of glass and metal with the blinking lights and strange sigils is. You know that having it makes it better than other people. Okay. Do I have anything that gives me extra meat? Don't break it. Do I seriously not have anything better to put? Oh, I've been supposed to put that in my hand a long time ago. But, anyways, back to looking for extra meat sources. Anything higher than 20%. Nope. Well, time to dump all my stuff into Glamour. All one whole level of it. I could also sell some of the garbage I'm hoarding, but especially since I'm going to be needing a ton of meat. There was something that increased meat gain. Don't remember what, though. Rum. Vibrato rum. Oh, that's all sarsaparilla. More meat from sugared pork balls. That is in our spleen. Okay. So we got an extra 70% on top of whatever I had. 120 XP. Is that enough to... Nope, not enough to level that up again. Now it is. How much for another 1280? Yeesh. Hmm. There might be a better way to get meat, but I do not know it off the top of my head. We're also getting a decent amount of XP, so it's not bad. Hooray. Okay, 2 more and we'll be able to level up Clamor again. Or Rain of Teeth is stronger than Blizzard, so we would be killing faster. But you know what? Yeah. We'll give it a try. So Teeth should be a more consistent one-shot on them. Or not. You know what? 107 and 116. Better doesn't mean it's good, but it's better. We're gonna need a ton of money because I just remembered I didn't even ever look at the bookstore. Only 600 XP to spend. See here, it's just 7,000 for all the crap that he had. Think, what's the point of the barbed wire? Oh, actually, we can save a little bit. Gotcha. Don't quite need that much after all. Still gonna want like 6,000, I think. Yeah, 6,000. plus however much the bookstore ended up charging. But I can just sell garbage to the bookstore at this point. How much would it be to get that? 2,200. Hmm. Well, we've got 6,000. That's good enough for me. Maybe something else, maybe something else, maybe something else. My tongue. Well, anything for a weird life. Go ahead and put silver plate in my tongue. Why not? Process is extremely painful. +3 moxie. Your tongue is actually silver. Well, silver plated. You'll still be able to convince people it's really silver. Immediately afterwards, you ask him for a complete refund and he gives it to you. It works. That's why we needed less than I thought. Turnip. Takes the turnip and gives it back short time later, shiny and gleaming. I had to hollow down the middle so it wouldn't rot inside, but you can wear it as a hat now. +3 to them. Strange choice to silver plate this, but it's definitely one of the 4 shiniest turnips you've ever seen. It's balanced such that you can wear it on your head. All hail monarch of turnips. And the barbed wire. You get to keep some cows off your property. Yep. Lazy A-Do branch. Hmm. Just a second. Hmm. Well, shit. I seem to not be able to do this part, so I just wasted $1,000 on that barbed wire. Oh well. On to dirt water. Also, I just remembered I need to plate my actual hat at some point. Looks like I moved to next door is real helpful in finding some classic recipes. Sure. Erudite. He's box, so +9 to the 3Ms. Nice. What you got? Hello again, thank you for telling me about this place. Locals haven't been very welcoming. Oh, I don't really thank you properly for saving my life, so thank you, although I still don't really understand what happens. I don't think I could explain if I tried. You're welcome. Look? Sure. Already have that. Already have that. Already have that. Already have that. Have that. And that. And that. Cool. Waste o time. And I do need to actually pass some time waiting on something from the brother. So I think I'm really close to an achievement that I don't think I have yet. Actually, before we do that, there's one more thing I can do. That was Deep Spell, I say. And I'm doing this because I still have all my energized. Sure hope this is the one I was thinking of. Now that we've powered up the Roberto containment. Yep. Initialize Roberto containment system. Whoa, whatever that was felt pretty intense. Containment system online. Definitely wasn't here before. El Vibrato Crown. +7 to each. Okay. I could have sworn there was a fight. Nope. Have that, have that, have that, 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 that. So back to dirt water. So all of our temporary bonuses are no longer existing. Also, that reminds me I've got bean iron I can spend. Delicate bean iron. Whisk, bean iron or whisk. 10 musicality and 1 max AP. And a shooting iron. 15 spell damage. Bean iron, shooting iron. Some people say guns are not the answer, but those people have never seen a gun as awesome as this one. Times this whisk slide through the very nature of reality, mixing it up and making it all fluffy. Behold. In a kettle. Bean iron kettle. This kettle contains incomprehensibly powerful magical energy and also has an insulated handle so you don't get burned by the incomprehensibly yet powerful magical handle. Metal. Insides, whatever. Ladle. Saucepan. Colander. Bean iron colander. Alpine Iron, in exchange for existence, is agreed to protect your head for a while. Lapel, 7B. It used to say sheriff, but most of the word has been rubbed out, so now it says chef instead. Masterwork. Anyways, 9 mysticality, 15 spell damage is better. More mysticality and AP. That's a lot of max health, but I don't think we're gonna need it with how quick we can go through everything, every fight. Post office, package, package from Rufus. Cat hat. It's the hat you loved when you were a kitten. I mean a kid. That was sweet of him. Found your old hat behind the bed in the bedroom. Thought you might want it back. So that is all the hats for that. And then I'm gonna just keep going to bed until I'm out of postcards. Oh, also I can do the stuff with permits now. Another package. Empty or sent you some special air. Sounds like something you do. Breathe it in. 200 XP. It was special air. Wacky. Send a postcard. Yep. Special air again. Thanks anyways. Cool. So let's head to Ghostwood. Ooh. Need a drink immediately. Did that whiskey show up yet? Sure did. I think I saved that whiskey requisition form. You already filled out. You're a saint. No problem. You want a shower for a bottle. The whole damn bottle. Never mind. Well, I remember it's actually a pretty decent thing. Redwood permit ready. Fly in my room. Don't need to sign anything to collect it. You sure? No, sir. That's it. Holy crap. So then we take that to Redwood, and I'm not going to worry about the whiskey after all. Yes, finally. Just hope never see another form again. No lumber deal. We lost out on... Fuck off, fly. Lost out on railroad company lumber deal, and that's bad. No, at the bottom. Well, sucks to suck. Well, we've got all our crowns and everything. Pick it. Got this creepy crown. Sorry. Who the heck are you? I am Emperor Norton. I'm in charge of the city, and you can't build any train tracks here without my permission. Emperor, who's the crown then? As it happens, I lost my dead crown. Fool thing didn't fit right anyway, but without it, I can't issue any official permits, and that means no rails for you, unless, of course, you were to give me a new crown. A properly fitting one. Got this creepy crown, this silver crown, or this weird crown. We need these two for the Chivo I'm hoping to get. and this one leads into fighting him instead. So, Necromancer Crown. Great, googly moogly, that's a heck of a thing. It's pretty nice though. Alright, fine, you got yourself a deal. Welcome to Frisco. Great, thanks. Turn around for a second so I can use her back to sign the permit. And done. Movie theater up the street has a final cutscene whenever you're ready. Hooray. It's a one-way train, so there's no sense in going in there now. Now playing the final cutscene. Looks like somebody on that train got a job as the projectionist. Would you like to watch this movie? It's free because movies have only recently been invented. No, we figured out that they can charge for them yet. Doing this will not change anything about the world or your character. When the cutscene's over, you'll just be right here and keep playing if you want. Sure. Some folks say endings don't matter. Other folks, they like to know how things turn out, the consequences of their actions like. The train's running again, Frisco thrived. People came from all over to seek their fortunes, but thanks to you, they didn't have to do it while on fire because some cow attacked their wagon. With his useless crown, Emperor Norton believed he was in charge. He let him labor under the illusion, pulling the strings from a distance. As the city grew, crime and disease grew with it. When the cemeteries were full, Emperor Norton embarked on a massive public works project to dig catacombs under the city. You sat back and watched your army grow. City Hell. Mortuorum Diligamus. I don't know what that means. After you got settled in, Gary climbed to the top of the tallest building in Frisco and shot spores every which way. They say his descendants still roam the West to this day. Look at all them Garys. After she finished getting the bakery boys up and running, Louise moved to Frisco and opened her own shop specializing in artisanal breads and pies. Fortunately, after some unknown vandal kept breaking in at night and destroying all the pies, she had to switch to a breads-only business model. That one goblin we helped out way earlier. Thanks to your assistance, Hobart Buffert got the photography bug. Or should we say the photography owl? Anyway, he opened an art gallery so the citizens of Frisco would never again have to suffer from the inability to see pictures of owl skeletons whenever they wanted. Kurtz left the fort and set up shop in Frisco. His fitness group skyrocketed in popularity. Growth was entirely due to word of mouth, because the first rule of Kurt's Fit is that you cannot stop talking about Kurt's Fit. Kurtz till it hurts. Their help, the professor gained enough knowledge about El Vibrato technology to start building his own. He opened a very successful consumer technology store in Frisco, and for decades, people spent all their time staring at little computers in their hands instead of talking to one another. El Vibrato. Wasco formed a band with the other musicians sent to Dirtwire and called it Wasco's Explosions. He told jokes between songs, which people tolerated because the music was pretty good. I don't know if there's any more you can add to the band. Let me look at it real quick. Oh, yep. I missed one guy. The dishwasher from Breadwood. Buffalo Bill retired from the killing trade and made a kill and opened up a restaurant in Frisco. Buffalo, wild wings. Solved all Breadwood's problems. With the increase in morale and civic resources, they were able to clear the weeds from the road and fix the well and broken hitching post. There was even enough left over to give the mayor's office a new coat of paint. Refresh the facade on the Buttery Biscuit and add a second story to the bunkhouse. They even managed to get that horse into rehab. Breadwood Mayor instead of Breadwad Mayo. Olive Garden and Cactus Bill lived happily ever after. Wandering band of goblins found the El Vibrato weather machine you unearthed and formed a cult around it. Due to the increased rainfall, both Olive's garden and her marriage were extremely prolific. No comment. Chuck continued to run his blood and breakfast without incident, accident, scandal, or allegation for many years. You won 4 of the reenactment scenarios at Fort Memorial. They still talk about you, fucking nerds. Remember that when that Garfield fellow came through here? Yeah, he was really, really good at this game. their help, Roy Bean's Jelly Bean Museum became talk of the town. Well, first they had to build a town nearby, but once they did, hoo-wee! Dirtwater became, relatively speaking, a thriving metropolis. Thanks to your efforts as a commerce ambassador and all-around helpful stranger, the once sleepy town became a shining oasis in barren land. Every man, woman, and child in the town knew your name. They even put a little plaque with your name on it in your old room with the jewel. Little did they know. After your adventure, you settled in Frisco and bought a very long, very narrow house, filled it with souvenirs of your exploits, and started an antique hat rack collection. So yeah, the achievement is for filling up this row of hat racks. And I missed one. I fucking missed one. Oh, I know which one I missed. I think I know which one it is. No, I do not know which one it is. I thought it was the uh oh nope. In 1906, all the remaining cows in the West were simultaneously activated by some sort of signal from hell. They thundered east, forming a gigantic single-minded herd, led by the infernal sadist Duke Bovicus. The cow army thundered east toward Dirtwater. But because I messed up something really early in the game, I couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, a gang of rodeo clowns swept in at the last minute and slaughtered the herd before it reached Dirtwater. Unfortunately, all the townsfolk in Dirtwater had a hard time sleeping for pretty much the rest of their lives. Seriously, it was a grisly sight. Thanks to your cleverness, the world is not destroyed 420 years later. On the contrary, it remains undestroyed for millennia. Future generations don't know they should thank you, but they definitely should. Thank you for playing. Price of Loathing, extra special thanks. Special thanks. Regular thanks. Please. Yeah, this was the first one. Not really first one. Different game. But for this last actual hat, we're gonna need to grind a lot. Because we need gold teeth, and a lot of them. So we have 8. By a lot of them, I mean 23. Ah, shit, wrong one. Hooray. Do I have anything to help? Item find. I don't think I do. Nope. Yep, that's not great, but pop her out and try to do a trick where you drip the oil in your mouth from as far as you're reaching again, getting most of it in your eyes. Peppermint eyes. You accidentally got some peppermint oil in your eyes, and you're seeing all kinds of extra stuff. Sounds painful. Nope. That's gonna be it. That makes 9. Shit. I mean, maybe it'll be faster just to do one at a time. So I can just mash go, basically. But no, I'm gonna keep going with this so that we can hopefully get more, so we have more opportunities for it. And we have 10 gold teeth. That makes 12. Very nice. 13. 14. 15. I'm definitely not doing Wordle and crap on the side. That would be silly. The answer was Wordle, by the way. I mean, it was curry, by the way. 16 teeth. Damn it. Another 2, that's good. So we need another 4. Hooray. Still only 19. It's a shame they're not worth that much experience. So I can't even expect to level up. I actually can't expect to level up Glamour pretty soon. Okay, that makes 20. 21. That's enough to get Glamour up. So we got an extra 45%. It's an extra 5%, sorry. Okay, one more gold tooth. Yep, there we go. Now we go to Fort of Darkness, try to kill this fly that's bugging me. Give her a lot of gold teeth. Give her almost a whole mouth worth of gold teeth, and she draws a long, slow breath. So many, she whispers, and she seems to see you for the first time. She looks you up and down, takes a piece of string out of her pocket, uses it to measure your head. She picks some more bones out of those scattered on the floor, ribs, finger bones, fragments of skull, more teeth, and carefully sorts them on her workbench. Can't really see what happens after that because you'd actually have to look over her shoulder, and it seems like a bad idea to disturb her. After a time, she turns back around holding a beautiful ornate crown of bone, ivory, and gold. Thank you, she whispers as she hands it to you. Crown made of bones and gold teeth is fit for a king, a creepy, dangerous king. 7 moxie and 7 mysticality. Oh. Okay. Not the fort. Right past it. Sure, show it to me. Well, darn. Yep. This Frisco thrived. Gary exploded. Red. Owls. Cult. Gizmos. Band. Which I could have gotten finished. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There it is, the one I was missing. Well, originally I thought that was the spittoon hat because I was wearing it. It didn't show up in my inventory, but no. Huh. I guess I already had that achievement, if there even was an achievement for it. Well, I know I don't have the achievements. There's 2 achievements tied to doing hard mode. One is for doing it in 1 day. Being it 1 day, one's just for beating it. Who knows? If I still have a decent amount of time after finishing up Deltarune, I might come back and do a hard mode run of this. But we'll just have to see. Depends on how long Deltarune takes. And remember, Deltarune tomorrow. But technically today because it's past midnight. But anyways, thanks for coming by. That's gonna be it for tonight. So, till then, till next time, take it easy.